Once you have installed Flutter, the next thing you need to do is to create a new Flutter project. And this is what we'll do in this video. So you will open the terminal. So I will go inside my Mac, we'll open terminal and maximize this thing so you can see something. Next, we need to create the project. What I like to do is to always create the projects at the same place. So it's inside my MacBook, inside my development, and this is the Flutter installation, and this is my projects. So we will create one inside this. So I will say cd, and I will cd the development folder, and then cd the projects folder. Great, so this is where we are. Now I will say Flutter create, and we will call this one my Flutter app or Flutter app. You can write anything you prefer, but just make sure that you don't have spaces. And next you will say run. Perfect. So this will create our Flutter project. We need to open this inside Visual Studio. So I will go inside, I will say open, and then I will go inside development, projects, and I have the Flutter app right there. So you will click open. Great. So now we are inside our Flutter project and we are ready to run the application. So we'll go inside the library and the main.dart, and then you will press this little button if you are on Visual Studio Code. And this will start the application. It should take like 30 seconds to launch. All right. But if you are on the Android Studio or something else, you can go in the terminal and you can write Flutter run and press enter. So if you press enter, this will launch the Flutter app. The next thing I need to tell you is if you are on Visual Studio Code, you can also create some sort of configuration. You can do this on Android Studio also, but on Visual Studio, it's pretty simple. You just click this little thing, and now you have all your configuration, and you can launch the application by going and clicking on this little thing instead. It doesn't really matter how you launch it. At least the only thing you need is to launch Flutter, right? So this is the basic application, and on the next video, we will start building a real application, right? So that's about it, and I see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay, so the next thing you need to understand is Flutter is really widget inside widget inside widget. This is the key concept that once you understand this, you will see building with Flutter will be so simple. So let me show you an example. Inside the main.dart, which is the entire code required to build this application right now, we will change a couple of things. So by example, if you change you have pushed this button many times, blah, 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 you can press this little thing, which is called the hot reload, so the lightning bolt or whatever, and this will restart and just update the screen, all right? So you can also just write something else and press Ctrl S to save, and this will automatically update the screen. So I will always do this. The next thing you need to understand is Flutter is widget inside widget. So I have a column widget. Inside, I have an argument called children, which will put inside a list of other widgets. So this is why we can have one widget and another under, because we use a column widget. So this is what I need you to understand is Flutter is widget inside widget. Another example is we have the center widget, which will put everything in the center. And then we have the column, which will allow you to put two widgets, the text and the number. All right. So if we take another text and we just copy paste right under like this, you will see that we have two numbers. Great. Another thing we can do is maybe we can go inside the text and we can go and press, I don't know, text style or just style. This is an argument, by the way, but it doesn't really matter if you don't understand right now. We will explain everything later. So I will say we'll use a text style widget like this, and you can click the arrow to have more information about it. I prefer not to click it because it kind of hides everything in the screen. So I will press text style and I will press Control Space because this is the way you can see all the arguments inside. And I will use, by example, color, and I will say colors.blue, and I will save. So now you can see that the text is blue because inside the text widget, I've put a text style widget which change the style. So Flutter is really like that. Widget inside widget inside widget. And in the next video, I will show you how to understand and how to put all these pieces together. And yeah, that's about it. So I see you in the next video. Bye-bye. Okay, so how do you put a widget inside a widget, or how do I know when do I need to use style, or when do I need to use child, or when do I need to use children? It's like, it's so confusing, right? So what I will need to do is, by example, I will remove the column. I will delete all of this garbage right away. And what we'll do is we'll just put a text widget like this. And inside, I will press Control Space. And you can see that we can put many arguments. But the text widget is a little bit funky, because if you go over, you will see that you need to put right away the string data, and then you can put some arguments. So this one is a little bit funky. So we will put a string. We'll say hello and save. But now, how do we put arguments? How do we understand to put widget inside widget? To put arguments, what you need to do is you press the comma and you press Control Space. This will show you all the possible arguments. So by example, we used style previously. So I will put my arrow, I will click this little thing, and I will see that the description of the thing. All right, so I will click on style, and I will put a text style like we did earlier. But the thing you have to understand at this point is a widget is a capital letter. An argument is a lowercase letter, the first letter. And after this, you do this forever. You see that after the argument, we have another widget which have the capital letter. And you guessed it, if we go inside and we use an argument, by example, the color is a lowercase letter. And after this, again, capital letter, colors.amber. So you understand right now that Flutter is widget inside widget, but you understand also that in order to put another widget inside another one, you need to use an argument. Arguments use lowercase letter, and widget use capital letter. So like this, you have some sort of visual idea of how to use Flutter right now. This is the key concept. Once you understand this, you are ready to jump and create your own app. And this is what we will do in the next video. So I see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay, so the next step you need to have or understand is how to create the data type with Flutter. Once you have this, it's really like, let's go, and I don't know what I mean by that, but anyway. So what you will need to do is you will say string, and you will say name is equal to, by example, mammoth or whatever. Doesn't matter. So this is a string. After this, we have the int, which will be a number, and this will be equal to 1. We have the double, which will be nobody care. And the double is like a number with a comma. And after this, we have a list. This is how you create a list. So my list is equal to the square bracket. The square bracket will let know Flutter that it's a list, and you can put many items inside. Each item needs to be separated with the comma, like this. All right. So the last thing we need to do and talk about is a map. So how to create a map? My map is equal to, now we use the curly bracket. We put the semicolon at the end everywhere. And next you need to put, by example, a string and what else? A string, whatever. It doesn't really matter for now, just so you have seen how to create each of them first time. Later inside this course, when we need them, I will explain more if needed. All right, so this is how you do it. Last thing with the map, if you want to put the type for the map, you can write it just like this. This will be a map string. But if you have something else, by example, I don't know, something weird, you can use dynamic, and dynamic will be all the type, kinda, right? So by example, if I use this, I put my comma to create another thing, the key 2, and we change this for a number 444. Now this will work because we have the dynamic, which will be either a string or either a number. So this is how you use the type with Flutter. Later we will do like loops and stuff like that, but we don't need it right now, so we will not do it right now. That's about it, and I see you in the next video to start building a real application. That's it. Bye-bye. Okay, so I know we were supposed to start building like apps and widgets, but I need to tell you this thing. It's so crazy as a tip that it will help you build with Flutter like crazy fast. So I don't understand why people don't tell about this more often. It's just so good. So by example, if you want to create another argument, right now what we will do is we will work on this little debug banner. I hate it because I don't think it's beautiful. I think it's ugly. But if you want to have a debug banner to know if you are in debug mode, you can keep it, but I will remove it. So we will go inside the material app, and I will write show debug banner or something like this. Show debug banner, yeah, this one. And I will select this argument, and if you go over the argument, you will see that Flutter will give you the answer. You need to put a true or false value. So I will say, I want this as false, and I will press Ctrl S to save, and you see that the banner is not available anymore. If you like it, keep it. Personally, I don't. So we'll do again this little tricks, but with another argument. So let's go inside the color scheme, and inside the color scheme, we have the argument, and we have the widget color scheme. Inside this one, we'll go inside the arguments. I will press comma, Control space, and we'll use the brightness argument. So this one, I will press enter, and now we need the answer. So we'll go over brightness, and you see we need to write brightness.light. So this is a widget. So I will do exactly that, brightness, but instead I will say .dark. And if you save, you will see that the application is not dark. But another thing is you can see that the code is a little bit weird. So if you put a comma after each argument or each argument and widget and save, this will automatically re-put the code like in a good way so you can see it. If it doesn't work for you when you press Ctrl save, this means you need to like format document, so you need to press this. All right? So that's about it. So now you know that when you put your mouse over an argument, you have always the answer. Flutter is giving you the answer, so just use them. So you understand that Flutter is widget inside widget. You understand that when you put your mouse over the argument, it gives you the answer. And you understand that the arguments start with a lowercase and the widgets start with a capital letter. So right now you have like all the tools to understand what we'll do with Flutter. So I see you in the next video to start building. Bye-bye. Okay, so let's talk about container. A container is just like an empty box that you can fill with anything, like you can decorate it. So I will go over the text widget, I will right click and I will say refactor. Then I will use the wrap with a container. But I have some bug on my computer. I will right click, I will say refactor, and I will select wrap with a container. But you can see also we have the center, padding, size box, column, row. We will do all of them after, like in further video. So I will say wrap with a container. After this, inside we'll go in the arguments, Control space, and I will say color. The color will take a color widget, so I will say colors dot, and we'll use maybe red, and let's save. So this is the container, the red color. So what we can do also is we can change the height for 100 and 0, and the width for 100 and 0. So let's save. So this is our container. All right, after this, what we can do is we can change the corners of the container. I will go inside the decoration argument, and if you go over, you will see that this takes a decoration, but this is a little bit misleading because it's better to use the box decoration. Perfect. So after this, inside the box decoration, we will put the corners or the border radius. Again, if we go over, you will see that this said border radius geometry, but it's better to just use the border radius.circular. And then you just put like 25.0 inside, and let's save. And now we have an error. So in further video, I will show you how to fix error by yourself. Like it's a two-step formula, it's super simple. But for now, I will just fix it pretty quick. If you don't understand, don't worry because we will talk about it later. So what I will do is you can see that we have the color is equal to null or the decoration is equal to null. And right now we put a color and a decoration. So Flutter is like, hey, just put one of them. And after this, it's also said box decoration, color, color. So you can change the color inside the box decoration. Okay, I know this means a lot of things and maybe it's confusing, but I will just take this, I will cut it, and I will paste it inside, and maybe it will make more sense for you. All right, so now we have the rounded borders to 25, and that look pretty cool. Can we do other stuff inside this? The constraint, padding. I can talk about padding. Color. Yeah, let's use padding. So I will say the padding go edgeInset.all. This is what you put inside. If you go over padding, you will see that it's called geometry, it's better to use the edgeInset.all. All right. After this, I will use the value maybe 50.0. If I save, you will see nothing change. The reason is it's like kind of invisible, the padding. So what we will do is we will change the height and the width, and I can show you something cool at the same time. It's called the double.infinity. All right. This will tell Flutter, I will put my comma. This will tell Flutter take as much place as possible. So inside the body argument or inside the body of the scaffold, take as much place for the height. And after this, we will do the same thing for the width. We will say double.infinity and let's save. Okay, so you can see that the padding does, again, nothing, but it's because the padding is inside like this. If we change the padding for margin, you will see that now we have the 50 margin. But if we do it for the padding, this means what is inside this thing. So let me show you. We will take another container. I will copy this entire container like this, and I will go inside the child. I will change the text for the container. And now I will paste another one, and we'll change the color for maybe orange. And let's save. So you can see that the hello, maybe the hello is a little bit, I will put black. Let's save. So now you can see that we have a margin. We have a, no margin. We have the padding, and we can put a margin also, like this. Here we go. So this is everything about container, or pretty much everything you need to know about container. I see you in the next video. Bye. Let's talk about column. This one is pretty cool because most of the time you will need to put widget one over the other, because currently it's all one inside the other. So what you can do is instead use a column widget. If we go inside the body, we have the container right there. And instead of this container, I will delete what is inside. I will delete all the child like this and save. Okay. So what we will do is we will wrap this container with a column. I will right click and I will say refactor. And then I will use wrap with a column. All right. So as you can see, usually a container will take a child widget. Okay, we don't have it right now, but you could have a child and then is what you put inside. But the column is pretty much the same thing, but it's children instead, because you can put multiple child inside. We have the list, this is the list, and then we have the widget container. So what you can do is you can copy this container and paste it right under and save. And now we have a problem, and it's because we use a infinity height inside a column. So a column is infinite, and we put an infinite, so it's like it's not like possible. Anyway, so I will put Control J, and you can see inside the debug console also, we have some sort of problem with the height, has size. All right, so I will remove this, and what we'll do is we will just remove the height like this, and we will save. Great, so we have one container, and we have another one right under, and we have two type of padding. So we will remove all the paddings and the margins and padding margins, and let's save. So if we save, now we have another problem. It's not working because we don't have any height. All right, so a lot of problems, but this is how you learn. So height, we will put 100.0, and we will put another height for this one and save. So we have our two containers inside a column. All right, that's pretty cool. But I have a thing to show you. Instead, we will replace the two double.infinity. You can press Control D. Usually, this will select the next thing. And you will write maybe 100.0. Let's save. So we have our two containers. After this, what we can do with them is maybe we can put them in the center. So let's use the column. And what we will do is we will go inside the arguments. We will say the main axis alignment dot center. And now the widget are inside the center. So let me explain you what is the main axis alignment and the cross axis alignment, because we can also change this one for, by example, and it will be at the end. And I will show you why it is not right now. Anyway, so a lot of things to explain. This main axis alignment is, by example, the column. the column is like this and the main axis is vertical. All right, so this is why when we put it in the center, it goes in the center. If we put it at the end, it will go at the end. All right, but why this one doesn't work? The reason is, for example, if we take the column and we wrap it, refactor, wrap with a container, and then we change the container for the colors dot blue, and let's save. This is the container. That's the reason. But if we take, by example, the container and we put it at width double dot infinity, dot infinity, and we save, now you can see that the cross-axis alignment is working and it goes to the end. And if we change it to start, it goes to the start. Because now the column take all the width. Because by default, the column will take as less place as possible. All right, I knew this is a lot of things. We will redo this exercise in the next video because we will do the row instead of the column. So you will see it's a little bit different, but anyway. And another thing we can do is we will delete, maybe we'll put this as black 38, so it's less aggressive. And next we can change maybe the width, remove this and save. Great, so now we have our column. And what we will do is I will remove the cross-axis alignment, we will save, and we will change another argument called the main axis size. So if we do this, we can change, because by default, as I told you, the column take as much place as possible for the vertical. So we can change this. We can say the main axis size dot minimum. So now it will take as less place as possible, and the main axis alignment will not work anymore because it doesn't take all the height. All right, so you can remove this and save. So this is a way to put it in the center also. You can remove this and it will go back up. All right, so this was a lot of things about the column. In the next video, we will talk about the row, and that's about it. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay, so let's talk about row. Instead of using the column, we will replace this just by writing row, and I will save. Great, so now you can see that this is the row. We have the color black 38, which define the color of the row. And after this, we have two containers. So let's change a couple of things. Let's go and try to put this in the center. So what we could do, we could change the main axis size. Is it main axis size? It's not inside the row, sorry. So yeah, it's the main axis size like this, and we'll say main axis size the minimum. Try to think what it will do before running it. So, for example, if I click on it, this will change the main axis size to the minimum. So all the black will be reduced, so this will go in the center. So let's save. Great. After this, what we can do is we can change the main axis alignment. And if we say main axis alignment dot, let's say start, it will do nothing for now. So let's save. It do nothing because the main axis size is minimum. So if we remove this, now it will go to the start. But I think by default, it is by start. Yeah, it is by default. So what we could do, we could change it for center, and let's save, or end, and save. Great. So there's also another thing called the space around or space between, space evenly. Let's use this one. This one can be pretty cool sometime. So yeah, you can play with that. And one last is the cross-axis alignment, because the row is horizontal. So the main axis is horizontal. And the cross-axis of the row is the invert, which means vertical. All right? So we'll say the vertical axis, we want it to be cross-axis alignment dot start. But this should not change anything, does it? Cross-axis dot start. So I will save again. Yeah, this does nothing because it was just the main axis previously. So that's why it moved. But if we just remove this and we put save, and then we put this cross-axis alignment dot start, it was, you see, nothing changed. All right, so that's good, but how do we make it change? The reason is because the row, the height of the row is like the minimum as possible. So we can change this by going in the container, so the parent widget, and we can change the height to put double dot infinity, and now it will work if we save. You see, now it worked for the cross-section element. So I know this was a lot of things and maybe it's confusing for you, but it's pretty simple. It's just if you have the row, what is the main axis of the row? It's like this. And what is the cross axis? Is like this. And if you go with the column, the main axis is like this. And if you go with the column, the cross axis is horizontal. So that's about it. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay, so now let's talk about the center widget. So you can see that we have a center that is wrapping everything right now. But why is this not everything in the center in this case? All right, let's figure out why. First, we have a height of infinity. So let's remove this. This might help a little bit. Great, so now we are going to the center. After this, we have a row. But the row is saying that the cross-section element is going to the start, which means this should do nothing. So if I remove it, it should do nothing. Yes, sir, perfect. But why this is still not in the center? The reason is the row take as much place as possible for the main axis alignment. So if you go inside, you will see that the main axis size is maximum. So let's change this for main axis size dot minimum, and let's save. So now everything is in the center. So this is the goal of the center widget. But if you change the argument within other widget inside, this will not take action anymore. All right, so this is the center widget. What else can we do? By example, if we go in the container, we want to put a text inside and we want it to be in the center. So what we could do is we could write the child to go inside the container. And next you will say center widget. Let's click. And then we will go inside child again, because this will go in the center. And we will write text. And then we will put, I don't know, blue, and let's save. So now we have the text in the center of the container. All right, so this is how to use the center widget. I don't think there is anything else inside. We have some width factor, height factor. I never use them, so it's not really useful. That's about it, and I see you in the next video. Bye-bye. Okay, so how do you add an image inside your Flutter app? For this, you have two ways to do it. First, you can either use a URL or you can download the image and put it inside your project. We will do both ways. So first, I will find an image on the internet, wallpaper. I will right click on it and I will say open image in a new tab. Great. So after this, you will go at the end of this URL and you will search for something called JPG or PNG or any image format. After this, you can copy all of this. And if it's something weird, then maybe it will not work. So just now you know. After this, we will go back inside the code and we will replace the scaffold body. So we will change all the container. And one tip for you is I always click on the bracket to know where the next bracket is. You see, I always click like container. I know it's right there because it's highlighted. So I will take the center, delete all of this, and then we'll use the image.network. Perfect. Now we can delete the source and we can put something like this, the URL, and we can put the comma, format document, save, and now we have the image inside our application. Great. So what is the next step? The next step is maybe to put the image on the full height. So we will use the height argument. We'll say double.infinity and let's save. But this is still not like all the image, like all the screen. If we want all the screen, we need to use another argument called the fit. And the fit will have the box fit dot multiple options. So contain, which is currently the case, the cover, or the fill. Fill is a little bit weird, so we will use the cover. And now let's save. Great. So this is the first way, by using a URL with the image.network. So let's do the other way around. Instead, we will create a new file and we will call it assets. Inside this, we will create another one called the image. And finally, inside assets, we'll create another one called fonts, because later inside this course, we will learn how to add your own fonts. And so inside assets, let's go back inside the internet and I will download this image. I will say right click, save image as, and then I will save it inside my image. So you can see this is my project, asset, inside Flutter app, image, and I will save it inside this. Let's change the name for something like background, bg.jpg. Save. Okay, now we can close this and we can go inside image and see if we have our background.jpg. Great. The next step is to go inside the image.network and change network for asset. And after this, you can change the path, which is inside. And what we will put instead is the path for the image, which is assets/image/bg.png, Great. But if you save, you will see that this is not working because we need to tell Flutter that we have a path to image. So you will go inside the popspec.yalm, and inside this one, you will scroll down until you find the section asset. And you need to make sure that everything aligns perfectly, otherwise it will not work. So you will go over the A and you will delete twice, like this. Delete, delete. After this, you will do the same thing. You will go after and you will delete twice. Delete, delete. Great. So you will remove this and call it assets slash image and slash again. So now you have access to all the image within this file. And you will click this, you will save, and you will click this little button, Flutter pub-get. All right. If you don't have this on Visual Studio Code, you can open the terminal and write Flutter pub-get like this, and it will do the same thing. So I will close this and close the popspec.yalm. And now if we save the application, we have the background. If it's still not working for you, just close the application and relaunch the application. And now it should work. So this was pretty much everything about image. So that's about it. And I see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay, so if you are using Android Studio and not Visual Studio Code, this video might not be for you. So you can skip to the next video right now, because we will talk about extensions with Visual Studio Code. So you can see that when I put my path of my image, I have a little image preview. This is because I have an extension called image preview. All right, so you can download and enable this if you want. After this, we have the better comment. Better comment is just a way to put colors for your comments, because normally this is a comment, but if you put this, now the comment is red. And if you put like question mark, now it's blue and stuff like that. So you use it if you want. After this, I have the awesome Flutter snippet. This one is pretty cool because you just write like a shortcut and it will write a lot of code for you. So we will use this inside this course. You will see I will use a lot of time the shortcuts and we will save a lot of time. So you can enable this also. The last one is the material icon theme. So I have already this installed and it's inside the Explorer. You can see all my files. We have some sort of icons before each files, and I think it's cool. So that's about it. You can enable them if you want, and I see you in the next video. Bye. In this video, we will talk about the stack widget. So most of the time, you will have a child inside a widget. So you will be able to put a widget inside and nest all the widgets together. But by example, this time, the image, that asset don't have any child. So how do you put a text over it in the center? For this, you will need to use the stack widget. So what you will do is you will go over the image, you will right click, and you will say refactor with a column, like this. If you do a column and you put a text after, so right now it's because we use the height infinity, I will remove this. And yeah, if we save, now we should have something. Let's reload the application. Yeah, we have our image. The reason was inside a column, it's a widget infinite, and then we have another infinite. This is why it was not working. So what we'll do is we will say text, and inside we will say, I don't know, Flutter or anything. You can put anything. And now you see that the text is under the image, but we want it over the image. So instead of using a column, we will use a stack widget. And it works just the same. It uses a children inside, which you have a list of widgets separated with all commas. So now, if we put the comma right there also and save, we have the text flutter right there. So what you could do is you could put the text in the center by right-clicking on text, refactor, and wrap with a center widget. All right, so let's save. And now, yeah, you see that this is not working because it's going inside the center of the application. So what we could do to fix this real fast is we could define a height of maybe 300 for each of them. So this one and the center, maybe we could wrap it, say refactor with a SizedBox and put a height of 300 also. And now you see that it's in the center. So this is how you play with the code. All right, so that's about it for the stack widget. And I see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Now let's talk about another widget called the padding. So it's pretty much like the container, because if you remember, by example, if we go over the stack, we wrap this refactor, wrap with a container. Inside the container, we can put the padding argument, and then we say agentsets.all, and we put a value, maybe 50.0. So we will have a padding, all right? But there is also the widget just padding. You could replace the container with padding and save, and it will do just the same. The difference is padding is only for padding. But if you use the container, you can see that you have many other arguments and stuff that you could put inside. So if you only need a padding, use the padding widget because it will be like less expensive for the application. So that's about it. And I see you in the next one. Bye. In a previous video, I've used a widget called SizedBox without any warning and never explained to you what it was. So I will explain inside this video. So a SizedBox is pretty much like a container, but only for the height and the width. So you can see if we go inside the arguments, we only have the width. So the container, again, is the one that have pretty much everything. It can use a padding or it can use a height and a width. But if you only need to use the height and the width, you should use the SizedBox because, again, it's less expensive than the container. It's the same thing with the padding, okay? So the SizedBox is just that, is an empty box that you can put a height and a width and then a child inside. That's about it. See you in the next one. Bye. Okay, so how do you add an icon inside your app? So for this, you will go inside the section AppBar of the scaffold, and we will work inside one argument called the leading. All right? And inside the leading, which is the start of the AppBar, what you will do is you will put an icon like this. And inside, you use the same logic as the colors. You remember when you use a color with the Flutter, it's colors with the S dot a color, then you will do the same thing. So we'll say icons with the S dot, and then you have all your icons. If you want to see it, you click the little blue thing like this, and you select the one you want. So we'll just say notification or anything, and we'll save. So you can see that we use an icon inside our AppBar. Great. So we could also change the color by going inside the arguments. You press Control Space, and then you use the argument color, and you say colors with dot ember or anything, and you save. So that is how you use an icon. We can delete it because we will not need this later, but we will reuse this inside another widget that I will show you inside the next video. That's about it. See you in the next one. Bye. Okay, so another widget I want to show you is called the ListTile widget. So we will go inside the stack and we will change the ListTile. We will use the ListTile. And inside we will say title, and the title takes a widget inside. So if we go, you see that this takes a widget. So we'll say text, and I will remove this because it takes a lot of place. And I will say text, and inside you can write anything. It doesn't really matter. So this is a ListTile. But after this, we will change the color because I want you to see what is the ListTile. So the tile color will say colors.red, and I will save. Okay, so you cannot see it right now because we have an image, and the ListTile tile color has a weird thing that the color goes behind every stack. I know it's weird, but it is how it works. So what we will do is we will delete the image, and you will see this is the ListTile. So because we are using a padding, I will remove the padding also. Now you can see the entire ListTile. It's how it looks. But what we'll do also is we will put an argument called the leading. In the leading, what we will put inside is an icon, and we'll use icons dot, and inside we put anything. So join full. All right. And another thing you can use inside is the trailing. Inside the trailing, what you will put is, by example, a text, and again, like this, and you will see it at the end. Perfect. Another thing, again, we can use is the onTap. So this will create a function. Okay. If you don't have the option, you just press Control Space, and you will have the options of using both like this. You use this one, and now you can put a function inside, and now you can save. So that's about it, and I see you in the next one. Bye. Okay, so we created some sort of empty function, but how do we see when we tap on it? So what we will do is we will use a simple print function like this, and you will write, I don't know, clicked on or anything. So I will put my semicolon, I will save, and I will open the terminal. Inside the debug console, now you will see that when I press on this ListTile, boom, you have clicked on. And then that's about it. Every time you clicked on it, you will see a number count. So this is how you print something with Flutter. Very simple stuff. And you can use this to debug sometime. That's about it. See you in the next one. Bye. Another widget I want to show you before we move on is called the wrap widget. And this one is pretty cool. Okay, so we have talked about the ListTile, and the ListTile is a little bit like a row. So we will replace the ListTile. I will go inside the body. I will replace all of this with a row widget. Inside, we will put the children, which will be multiple widget back to back. And we'll say text, and I will say anything, and put a comma. Let's save. So we have one text widget. Let's add another one. And let's add like maybe 5 and save. You see how we have an error right there? It's because we don't have enough place to display all the widget inside the screen. And this is the thing with the row widget, it can happen. So if you want to make sure that this doesn't happen, you can replace this with the wrap. And now let's save. And you see how everything goes down if you don't have enough place. Another thing is, let's try to create something even bigger. So maybe this, and save. You see that even if the text widget doesn't enter, it will still put it down. So this is a really helpful widget to remember, the wrap widget. If you have problems with the row, then you can use this. That's about it, and I see you in the next one. Bye. It's now time to talk about the master layout. So we have talked about a lot of little widgets that you can put together to create the app, but what about like the big picture? How the skeleton of the app work? This is what we'll do. So what we'll do, we will go a little bit crazy and we will delete everything. All right, let's do this. Let's just keep the main run my app. Okay, so what we'll do is we will start from scratch. First thing first, there is like 3 things we will talk about. We will talk about the stateless, then we will talk about the material app, and then we will talk about the scaffold. Okay, so you have a mental picture of what we'll talk about. The first thing we'll do is we'll write the stateless widget. So if you just write STL or STA, you will find stateless widget. You click this one, and this will build automatically the widget for you. After this, you will write my app, because it just needs to be the same name as this. So if you change my app for something else, you will need to change these also. Great. So this is a stateless widget, and this is the first part. We will talk later about what is the stateless widget and stateful widget. But as a quick explanation, stateless means that the screen will not change. And a stateful widget means that when the user clicks things, then the screen refresh with new stuff. It doesn't matter if you understand right now, but what we will talk about in this video is more about the material app, because later we will talk about this and more about this. So let's use the material app. You will replace the container for a material app. So this is like the theme of your application. So you can see that right now it's all black, and you remember the debug banner. What we'll do is we will remove this. We will say show debug banner false, unless you want to keep it. After this, we just have a black screen. So what we need is we need the home of our application, which is an argument. And inside, we just put a widget. And the widget is the scaffold. The scaffold widget is the third part, which I told you, is the skeleton of the app. So this is more like the theme of the app, and this is the skeleton. All right? We will work on this on the next video. But for now, let's work on the material again. Let's change the theme. And if you remember previously, we had something called the color. Was it color? It was theme. Yeah. So we have the theme of the application, and the theme takes the theme data. So we'll say theme data. And then inside, we'll say dot from. Is it from? No, it's a theme data. Inside, we put the color scheme. Exactly. And the color scheme, what you will do is you will say color scheme dot from seed. This is the easiest way to do it. All right. There is like 10 ways that you can put colors inside your app. I just find it that the color scheme dot from seed is the easiest, and that's about it. So you will remove the color and you will say colors dot let's create our application color teal, because I think it's cool. I will put all my commas, I will save, and now you see that we have some sort of teal white. All right. So if you put red, you will see that the color background is a little bit different. So now we have some sort of theming inside our app. But also, it will be cool to have our application dark. So I will say brightness, and I will say brightness.dark. I will put my comma and save. So now our application have some sort of theme of color teal and the brightness dark. On the next video, we will start working on the scaffold. That's about it for the third things. I will delete them, and I see you on the next video. Bye. Okay, so the scaffold is the cool part of the application because it's the skeleton and it's where you start to see your application take life. So inside the scaffold, we have something called the AppBar argument. If you go over, you will see that the AppBar suggests something called the preferred size widget, but it's just better to use the AppBar because everything is built up for you. Inside the AppBar, you have the title, which you will use inside a widget. You can see right there. And we'll use the text widget. Inside, we will just call it Flutter. You can put anything, and we'll put Flutter map. And now you have the title. If you have the title on the left side, it's because you are using more like Android stuff. If you use Android, you can fix all of these by using, by example, it's center title, and you can say true. Or if I say false, I will go on the left side. Okay, so this is how you use it. The difference is with Flutter, iOS and Android have some differences, all right? And the differences, if there are, I will try to tell you. And it's very rare. It's like 1% of widgets that have differences. So you should not have that big of problems. All right, anyway, so we have the AppBar. Next, what we have inside is other arguments called deleting. We have used this one previously. We will put a simple icon, but an icons dot, what do we put? Login, I don't know. Let's save. After this, we will put another thing called the action arguments. So this one have a list, and it will be a list of multiple things that goes at the end of the AppBar. So what we could do is we could put an icon again, or let's use a text widget. Doesn't really matter. And we can put anything and save. So you can see that this is at the end. And you could just copy also the icon and paste an icon also and save. You have multiple things you can do with that. So after this, inside the AppBar, you can press Control Space and we'll change the color. So we say background color, and you can say colors.teal. And let's save. So this was a lot of things about the AppBar. It's pretty much the thing you will need. There's other arguments, but you don't really need them. It's because, yeah, There are a lot. One maybe you could use is the bottom. The bottom will allow you to put like more stuff behind under the title, but yeah, I don't really use it, so that's about it. So I see you in the next video. Bye. Okay, so the next thing we need to talk about is how to add a navigation bar at the bottom of your app. So what we'll do first thing first is we will clean a little bit the application because it's kind of ugly. So inside the app bar, we will keep the title. We will remove center title, I will say true, and we'll remove the action and leading and background. All of these and save. Great. We will also delete this, and it's better. Next thing we'll do is we'll go inside the scaffold. We have the app bar, and after the app bar, we have the bottom navigation bar. So we'll use this, and if you go over, you will see that it does take a widget. And the widget we'll use is the navigation bar. So the navigation bar will take destinations, right? Which is a list of widget. What we'll do is we will remove this and we will put a list, and we will say navigation bar destination or navigation destination like this. Now we need to give it an icon. So I will say icons.home. I will format document so you can see better. I will put all the commas and save. After this, we need a label. The label will take a simple string. So we will say home and save. Now we have an error. So I will put all my commas also, and we will need to fix this. So again, I told you that inside this course, I will show you my two-step to fix errors. This will just fix it real fast. If you understand, it's good. If you don't, doesn't really matter because I will explain you later. So what we'll need to do is we'll just read this. The destination.length need to be bigger or equal to 2, which means this thing need to have at least 2 items inside. So I will copy the navigation destination, and I will paste another one and save. So now we have 2 items which make the application work. We will change the second one for profile, and the icon will be, I think it's person, and let's save. Great, so now it looks better. But after this, you can see that it's not clickable. Nothing happened when you click on it. We will fix this later by using the stateless and stateful widget, but for now, what we could do is we could just change it manually. So by example, if you go inside after destination, inside the navigation bar, you press Control Space, and you have the index maybe, selected index. So if you put 0, it will be the first one. And if you put 1, then it will be the second one. So you see, we do it manually. So another thing we could do is on destination selected, if you press Control Space, you will see we have this value that returns something. So this function will return the value that we have clicked. So if you go over value, you will see that this take an int. So I will say int just to define the type. All right, so it's more clear. And after this, inside the function, we'll use the print function that we know, and we will print the value. And I will put my semicolon. And now let's save. If we open the terminal or the debug console, and I will restart the app, all right, if we click on home, you see we have 0. And if I click on profile, we have 1. So now we have access of this index, but it's still not updating. We will do this later inside this course. That's about it. And I will just delete the print, and we can move on to the next video. I see you in the next one. Bye. Okay, so the next widget is the floating action button. This one is pretty cool. If you remember when we had our first app, we had a little button on the side where you were able to click on something like that. So what we'll do is we will recreate this button. We will go inside the scaffold again, and inside the scaffold, we will create the floating action button argument and use the floating action button widget. Great. Now the onPress, you will delete and you will press Control Space, and you will use the second one, the second function. And now you can format document and save. You see the little button right there? That's great. Now we need to define an icon for this. So we will go inside, and in the argument, we will say child, and the child takes a widget if you go over. So you will say an icon and inside icons.add or anything. So now you have a little plus sign, a little button. Again, if you want to make sure that it does work, you can use a print function and print anything inside, put the semicolon, and check inside the debug console. So when I press on it, I need to save first. When I press on it, I have this print. Okay, so this is how to use the floating action button. Another thing I need to show you is, what about you need two of them? So you can wrap this floating action button because it does take a widget and it's not required to be exactly this. So you can wrap it with a column. So refactor, wrap with a column. And then inside you can just paste another floating action button and save. And you can see that this is not working, and it's because the column, we need to change the main axis size to main axis size.minimum. So main axis size.minimum and save. Great, we have two of them. And we could also use a SizedBox widget with the height of maybe 10.0 and use this. So this is how it could look. All right, so that is how to use the floating action button with Flutter. And I see you in the next video. Bye. All right, so let's talk about the drawer widget. This one is pretty cool. I don't really use it as often, but it's there in multiple apps, so I need to show you this. Inside the scaffold, you will go and you will write the drawer argument. Inside the drawer, you will use the drawer widget. Pretty simple. And if you save just by writing this little code, now when you press on this, you will see we have a drawer. Pretty cool, right? After this, inside the drawer, what we will do is we will change maybe the child. The child is what is inside. And what we'll do is we will use a ListTile. Let's use this. Let's use a ListTile and use a title with a text saying, I don't know, logout. And let's save. So now if we reopen the thing, we have the ListTile right there. But you can see that it's still weird at the place. It's at a weird place. So what we need to use is a drawer header. So what I will do is inside the child, I will wrap this ListTile. I will say refactor, and I will wrap it with a column. And inside the column, I will use a drawer header like this. All right, and the child will be a simple text or anything saying drawer, and I will put my commas, save and format document. And now you can see that it looks way much better. All right, so this is how you can create a drawer with Flutter. Pretty simple stuff. So that's about it, and I see you in the next one. Bye. All right, so let me show you one more widget, which is pretty cool. So you remember when we opened the drawer and we had like the logout inside the timer? It was pretty weird. So what we'll do is we will delete the drawer and I will save again. And now you see we have the logout. But one thing you can use with Flutter is called the SafeArea. So if I wrap the drawer like this and I say refactor and I wrap it with a widget called the SafeArea and I save. Now you see that the drawer will not go on the place where the timer or the notch camera is. It will never go there. All right, this is pretty cool. And another thing you can do is you can actually, I will go over the SafeArea, I will wrap it, refactor, and I will remove this widget. And instead, we will put it maybe over the scaffold. Let's see what happened. So I will say, I will go over the scaffold, I will right click, refactor, and I will wrap this widget with a SafeArea. And let's save. So now you can see that even the bottom and the top, which have some stuff, is not usable in the app anymore. So this is how you use it. So I will redelete this, and also the drawer, we will delete it also. Let's save. We will remake our app look clean, and we don't need the drawer anymore. The floating action button, we can delete this. We will not use this neither. So this is, I will put this as 0, and we will fix the bottom navigation bar later also. So this is our application. So let's work and let's start building a real app from this. That's about it. See you in the next one. Bye. Okay, so before we start building a real app, we need to make sure that you are able to fix bugs by yourself with Flutter. So when you build your own application, you are able to handle problems and build your own app yourself, right? So what we'll do is we will talk about the two types of errors inside Flutter, and I will show you how to fix both of them. So right now, it's the first type. And the first type will happen, and you will have these things like that. You will have like a red curly line under a text. What you need to do is you go over, and you will see expected to find. You will find the error right there. So it's expected to find a comma. The reason is we cannot put like an argument and then a widget without separating another comma in order to display another argument. So this was the first type of error. If you have this, or if, by example, you are missing one bracket, so let's delete the bracket, you will see that if we go there, it's saying expected to find a bracket. So you need to put it back, all right? You will see sometime it's less obvious. Maybe if we do this, you see we have a problem, but the only thing you have to do when you have the red problem, you go over and Flutter should usually give you the answer, all right? So this is how to fix the first type of problems with Flutter. So I see you in the next video to show you the second type. Bye. Okay, so to fix the second type of problems, usually you will have a red screen on your application. And sometimes you will not have the screen, but I will show you both ways are the same. So this is the second type, how to fix your errors with Flutter. So what we will do is, first I will delete one navigation and I will save. This create an error, right? If you don't have the red screen and you know that your application is not like responding the way it should be, what you can do is you can open the terminal and you will see inside the debug that you have some sort of problems, all right? So when it's not working, just check in your debug console and check out if you have errors. Right now, the problem is telling me, like the first link is saying, go to the navigation bar. So usually when you have a problem, it will give you a lot of links, but you can see that many of them is not even like project of mine, right? It's like Flutter or Dart programming. So what you will do is you will find something that you created. By example, the NavigationBar.Dart. Let's find out what is inside. So this is not ours, but you can see that we have a problem with the destination dot length, which is less than 2. All right. So right now, if you go, you see that the main.dart, this is my file. So usually it will be the first, second, or third link, and you just click on it, and it will tell you exactly where is the error inside your code. So you can see that when I click on it, boom, I'm redirected to the main and exactly to the place. So I know that I need to add another navigator like this. So let's do this again, but with another problem. So let's say I replace the title with a container, and I say height, and I say double.infinity, and I save. Now let's restart the application, and you see that we have some sort of errors, but it's not visible in the application. You see, we have an error about the size of the widget, because we have an infinity inside a NavigationBar, which take like maybe just this size. Okay, so let's fix this. Let's go at the top, and let's find the link that bring us to the problem. So you see that we have some sort of box constraints. Let's see where it is. It's not this one, it's not this one. So let's find, we have toolbox. You see sometimes it's less obvious, but it should be at some place. Isolate. Okay, so it's not available. Sometime it can happen. So when it's not available, then you have to find it yourself. So what you will need to do is you will say box constraint force an infinite height. So you need to figure out yourself like why. You could either take this and go on the internet and search about this, like Flutter box constraint force infinite height, and it will tell you that you have like an infinite inside something which is not infinite. So we will delete this and save. And now if I restart the application, you will see that we don't have the error anymore. But let's create another error, by example, colors, and let's say colors.red. And now we will do another thing, is decoration, box decoration. And now let's save. You see that we have the error. But what we can do is we can restart the application, and we can click on the first link. So you see we have the container, which is not this one, but we have the main. If we click on it, it will tell us exactly where is the problem. So you see that sometimes the link is not available, but if it's not available, you have all the errors, and then you can search online on Stack Overflow. This is the way to fix your errors with Flutter. All right, so you need to take attention to the debug console, look at the screen, and look at pretty much these places and find your answers. That's about it. See you in the next one. Bye. Okay, so we need to talk about Null Safety right now. What is Null Safety? So first thing first, we need to remove the error. So I will put back the title like this. I will do Control Z. And now we have our title back and the application is working. Perfect. So we need to talk about Null Safety. What is Null Safety? Let's create a variable called string title is equal to Flutter map. And I will put my semicolon. And now I will replace the title for this variable. And now let's save. You see that everything works. But what if we tell Flutter this value can be null? All right, nothing changed, but Flutter is telling us, all right, this value can be null. So you need to tell me, like, are you sure that it's not null currently? So what you can do is you can put this and you say to Flutter, I'm sure that this value is not null. So let's restart. And you can see that nothing changed, but this value is now nullable. So what happens if you remove this and you restart the app? You will see that you have an error. And this is because it's null. And then you tell Flutter, I'm sure that this is not null. So this is how you play with Null Safety. You can define nullable value. And if you want to say like, okay, I'm sure that this value is not null, you define this. Sometimes you will need to create null value. So this is how you do it. But most of the time, if you are able, then just create values like this. And you should have the minimum amount of errors. So I will delete this. And this was how to use Null Safety. Pretty basic stuff. So let's restart this. We have our name. Great. So that's about it. And I see you in the next one. Bye. Let's talk about the states. So there is 3 things we will talk about in the further video and this one. And it will be the stateful widget. So the stateful, the stateless, and then it will be the set state. So what are these? The stateful widget is a way to tell Flutter that the screen can refresh. This can refresh. This can't refresh the screen. And this is to refresh the screen. Whatever. I'm tired. Okay, so you can refresh the screen with the stateful. You cannot refresh the screen with the stateless. And this is telling Flutter, I want to refresh this screen right now. So let me show you a real example. First thing first, we'll create a new class, and this one will be called this. We will use a stateful widget, this thing. So click on this, and then you will write it maybe my app or my homepage, whatever. So you will use this, and then we will replace this placeholder for the entire scaffold widget. So we'll take this scaffold and we will cut all of this and we will paste it right inside this. So let's save. We'll remove the constant and we will save. Great. And now we just need to put in the home the name of this. So my home page. And now we can save, and you will see that nothing has changed yet, but we can now use a stateful widget and we can reset this, or we can refresh the screen to change the navigation bar. So that's pretty cool. So what you will do next is you will go over the override. So there is always 2 places where you can put your variables and stuff, either over the override or after the build. Okay, so it's here or here. And right now, because each time we refresh the screen, we rebuild the entire widget. So if you put your variable there, it will always rebuild. So you don't want to put it there right now. So what we'll do is we'll say int, and this will be the current index. And we will start at 0 like this, and we'll use the current index inside this selected index. like this. So now if we refresh, still nothing changed, but we will be able to use this pretty soon. Oops, I don't know why this is not profile, and I will put this as a person. All right, so it looked better. So what we'll do next is we will go inside the function and we will change this. We will say the current index is now equal to the value that we receive from the onDestination selected. So now if you refresh, again, nothing will change. And the reason is, it's because we are using a stateful, but we are not resetting or refreshing the screen. We need to use the set state. So what we'll do is we will say set state, and inside the set state, we will show what we want to refresh. So now if we use home or profile, we are now changing page, which is pretty cool. And so this was it. Another thing I want to show you, which could be interesting, is if you go inside the body, and now you wonder, like, how do I display one or another widget? You could say, by example, current index is equal to 0. If it's the case, then display, I don't know, center widget with the text hello or the text 1. And if it's not the case, then, and don't worry if you don't understand, because we will do conditions a couple of times, so it will make sense eventually. This is just a conditions. If the current index is equal to 0, then display this. Otherwise, display the second one. So now if we save, you will see 1. And when you click on profile, you see 2. So this is how you can create stuff. All right, so that's about it for this one. And I see you in the next video. Bye. Okay, so I know this was a lot of things to learn to create this app, just this little thing. All right, so what we will do is inside this video, I want you to relax and I want you to watch what I will do, okay? Because I will redo everything. I just want to make sure that you understand each step of the process. And sometimes it's fun to have a biggest view of what we have created. So I will show you what we did in 4 simple steps. So I will delete everything. And what we will create, first thing first, is let's define the steps. We need a material app. Then what we need is we need a scaffold. After this, what we need is an AppBar with a title, and then we need a bottom navigation bar, whatever. So it's just 4 steps. So because we will need to use a set state inside the navigation bar, then we will need to use a stateful widget. All right? So this is what we'll do. We'll say stateful widget, and then we will call this my app. And then inside, we will remove the container and use a material app, and we will save. Now you see that we have the debug banner, so we want to remove this. What we'll do is we will say debug banner false. And then we need to change the theme of the application. Do you remember how to do this? It's inside the material app. You will say theme, and then you will say, you just go over, you will see theme data. Yeah, theme data. And then you go inside, and there is something called the color scheme. And you use the color scheme from seed. So color scheme from seed. So in this way, you just have to give one color, and Flutter will do all the stuff for you, which is really cool. So you will say colors.teal, or the color you want. Then I will say comma, comma, and save. Great. So now I will restart the app, and you see that we still have nothing because we don't have any scaffold. So inside the theme, inside this material app, what we will need to do is we will create the home argument and say scaffold. So this is the skeleton of our app. Next, what we want is this to be dark. So I will say brightness.dark, comma, save, and this is what we have. Great. Next, we need an AppBar. So we'll say AppBar argument, and the widget is a simple AppBar. The argument title will require a widget, which will be a text widget, and it will be Flutter map. Let's save. Great. The next thing we need is a simple bottom navigation bar. So we'll go inside the scaffold and we'll say bottom navigation bar, and then we will say navigation bar. In the destination, we will put a list, and then we will save. Now we need to have two navigation destinations. So navigation destination, the icon will be a simple icon, and then icon home, icons home, and then the label will be, let's put home. Home. All right. It's terrible, my typing. Home. And now we need another one. So I will just copy this, copy paste, and I will say profile, and then I will say person. Great. So we just need to use this and change the index. So we will go inside the bottom navigation bar or the navigation bar widget, and we will change the selected index. And this will be a selected index variable that we need to create right there before the build. We don't want it after the build because otherwise it will be rebuilt every time we clicked. So it will be selected index is equal to 0. Finally, what we need is to unchanged. So on destination selected change, we change the value and we give it a type just to make it more clear. And then we say selected index is equal to the value. And that's it. So now we can refresh the app and we have, oh, it's not working because we don't have a set state. We need to put a set state and then we put the selected value inside, save, and restart the app. And now we have something working. Great. So you see how it's not that complicated. We have only 4 things: the material app, the scaffold, the AppBar, and the bottom navigation bar at the end. So that's about it, and I see you in the next one. Bye. Okay, so with Flutter, the goal is to create the smallest widget possible. So you will need to split your widgets inside different files. And I will show you how to do this. And the reason is, by example, when you click the set state and you refresh this little button to just refresh the screen, you don't have to refresh everything. Because right now, when you click on it, this will go to the build and refresh the material app, refresh the scaffold, and refresh everything. And this will slow down your application. So what you need to do is split into different widgets. This is what we will do. We will go inside the library, and I will click, and I will say new folder. I will say widgets. So this will be a splitted widget that goes inside this. We will create another file, and this will be the NavBar widget. So I like to call the name widget at the end, so I always know like what it is. All right. So you will go inside NavBar widget, and you will create this one. We will say Stateful widget. Great. We will call this one the NavBar widget. And then we need to use the import M. So I will say import M. If you don't have import M, it's because you don't have the extension. It's just a shortcut. So you will need to write the entire thing otherwise. Great. So now we have our NavBar widget. We can delete the container and we will paste what we had in the main. So we will go inside the main and we delete all of this. I will cut it instead. So I will cut this and I will say NavBar widget. So NavBar widget. So now this will redirect to the widget we created, NavBar widget. Great. And you will paste this thing. Okay, a couple of things first. When you define the name of these files, use all lowercase letters with this little thing to separate them. Great. But when you create the class, use the capital letter and try to use the same name. So NavBar widget, NavBar widget. Okay, the next thing you need to do is you will need to re-put the selected index. So I will go inside the main and I will cut this thing and I will paste it inside NavigationBar before the override. So over the override. Remember, 2 places you can put your stuff: over the override or after the build. After the build, it will be rebuilt. so it will not work. So let's refresh, and now you see that our application is still working, but we only refresh this part of the application instead of refreshing the entire my app, which is crazy. Great. So that's about it. And another thing you might ask is, what about now if we want to have inside the scaffold a body? If we have a body and then we have some pages inside, how do we have the value which is inside the navigation bar widget? How do we have access to this information? And this is what I will show you in the next video. See you in the next one. Bye. Okay, so now we have a problem. We have the data inside the navigation bar widget, but we need also to have the data inside the main. So first thing first, what we'll do is we will separate the scaffold, and I will create another folder. This one will be called views. And inside views, we will create another folder called pages. Okay. Inside the views also, we will create maybe another file. This one will be called the Widget Tree. Widget Tree.dart. This will be like where you start your application, and then you will go inside pages. So let's create other pages. We will say this one will be called the home page.dart. And then I will move this on the side so you can see better. And then I will create another one, new file. This will be the profile page.dart. And you will see after we have created all the pages and the view, then I will show you how to use the data, and so you can use it inside any pages. You will see this is pretty cool. So we have the widget tree. This one will be a simple stateless widget. And then we will need to import the material. So import M. Great. We will need to change the name for widget 3. Okay. And then we have inside what we will put. So we'll go inside the main.dart, and what we will remove is the entire scaffold. So let me remove this. I will cut this, and I will say widget 3. Do we have it? Widget 3, like this. Perfect. So this will redirect. If you want, you can press Control and click on it. This will redirect to the widget tree. So now we can put the scaffold, paste it inside, and we need to have the import of the navbar. So I will say quick fix, and then I will just say import this one. All right. So now we can go in the main again. We can delete the comments, and we can delete the unused reference. Great. So let's restart the application. Everything should still work, but we still have the same thing on the screen. Let's do the next step. The next step will be to create another stateless widget. So this one will be maybe stateless widget. We need to create another import again. Import M. Great. And now we will change the name for profile page. Great. Inside this one, what we'll do is we'll create a center widget. It's just to see something on the screen. So I will say a center, and then I will use a child, which will use a text widget. All right. This one will be profile page, just like that. Great. So we can copy all of this. I will say Control C, and then I will paste it inside home page. So let's go inside, let's paste it, and then we will replace the name for home page. Simple as that. And we will replace this also for home page. So we see the text home page. Great. So now we can close all things, and we can reopen the widget 3. So this is where we will handle the data. All right. So the next thing we need to do is we need to create a variable pages. By example, a list of widget. So this is just the type. Inside is just the type of what will be inside the list. So this will be the pages. And this is equal to a list, because we tell Flutter it's a list. And inside we put widgets. And the widgets we will put are the 2 pages we created. So the home page and then the profile page. Great. So now we have access to these 2 pages. The next thing we need to do is to go inside the scaffold and in the body, like this, and we will say pages.element at. And with this, we will be able to define either 0, which will be the home page, or either the value 1, which will be the profile page. All right. So this is pretty much what we had to do for the view. Now let's talk about how to create the data and pass the data. All right, so we'll go inside the widget 3. And inside this one, we need to access this information. So I think we will do that in the next video, just to separate. I will do this video maybe creating the structure of this application. And in the next video, I will show you how to handle the data. So you have the two things separate. That's it. See you in the next one. Bye. Okay, so how can you handle the data from anywhere inside your application? So right now, we only have the selected index available inside the NavigationBar widget, but we need it inside the widget view in order to display either the first or the second element. So let's do this. First thing first, we'll go inside and the widget, we should put it inside the view. So let's put widget inside the view. I will say move, and everything should be handled automatically. So that's good. And next, we will create another folder inside the library called the data. All right, so let's use data, and then we will create another file. This one will be the notifiers.dart. This is where we'll put all our notifiers. And there's two things you need to remember when you use notifiers or when you want to handle data like this. First, you will need to use a value notifier. The second one is you will need to use a value listenable builder. Okay, so the value notifier, this one will be the one that hold the data. And then the value listenable builder, it will listen to the data. So if the data change, it will change. And in this case, you don't need the set state. All right, so pretty simple stuff. Let's do this now. What we'll do is we'll create this value notifier. Value notifier, I will press. This will automatically import the material. So we have the value notifier. Let's call this one the selected page. And I like to call notifier at the end also. So now I know that this will be a value notifier because it always ends with notifiers. And next we need to create a value notifier. And inside we will put the value, which will be an int, either 1 or 0. So we will say 0 as default, and we put our semicolon. So now we created our value notifier. We can use this, but you can also define the type just to make it more clear. This is an int, okay? Next, we need to go back inside the widget 3 or inside the NavigationBar widget, and we need to wrap our NavigationBar with the value listenable builder. So I will delete all of this. I will cut it instead, and I would say value listenable builder. Inside the value listenable, you put what you created inside the notifier, which is the selected page notifier. Notifier, like this. So I will use this. It is the selected page notifier. And then for the builder, what you will need to do is you delete this and you press Control Space. Flutter will tell you what you need to put inside. So we will use the second one, this one with the curly bracket. Inside this one, you will need to return what you had previously, which was the navigation bar. At the end, you need to put the semicolon, otherwise it will not work. So semicolon, and now let's save. Okay, we have access to this selected page notifier, which is this value, this thing. But we will really rename it the selected page. So it makes more sense. Okay, so we can delete the selected index, and we can delete the set state because we will not use this anymore. And the selected index is now the selected page, which is this value coming from the value listenable builder, which use the selected page notifier inside the notifier, this thing. All right. So after this, what can we do? We can change the selected page. And in order to change this value, the selected page notifier, you need to call the real name. So selected page notifier dot value. So this will change the value which is inside this thing. All right. And next, you can just put this value to the value that we receive from the onDestination selected. So you can say like this, put the semicolon, and now we don't have the value anymore, so everything should be fine. We can remove the stateful widget by putting a stateless widget instead. So how you do this? It could be nice if you just were able to right-click and say refactor and put like, oh, apparently you can do it. Oh, that's even better. I didn't even knew it. So that's cool, because usually I was just doing like from the override to the override, and then you delete the stateful to stateless, and it does the same thing, but you can just refactor. That's cool. And after this, what you can do is, now it should work. So let's restart the application and see if everything still works. We have the profile. It does work indeed. So that's fine. But now we can access, if you understand, we can access this selected page notifier from anywhere inside the app just by using this. So we can go back over the widget 3 like this, and we can wrap this thing, the body, with the value listenable builder. So I will delete this, and I will say value listenable builder. Inside this one, we'll need to put the selected page notifier, the thing we created in the notifier. And the builder, we'll delete this and say control space, and we'll say Flutter will give us the answer, so we'll use the second one. And after this, you can say I return, and you return what you had previously, the page at element at. Great. So now we are only missing one step, and it's to put the value inside this. So you could directly put value like this. You could rename it selected page. It could be a better practice maybe. So let's do this. And that's it, I think. So let's refresh this. And now if we click on profile, now we have the profile. And now if you click on home, you have home. So this is how you handle the data with the value listenable builder and the value notifier. So if you remember, you use two things, value notifier and value listenable builder. That's it. This one will hold the data, and this one will be able to listen to the data, and you don't need a set state with this. So that's pretty cool. That's about it. See you in the next one. Bye. Okay, so I know this was a lot of things to remember, so what we'll do is a little challenge, okay? If you want, you can just watch and see if you understand. Otherwise, you can try it by yourself before. So the goal of the challenge will be to create, by example, if you go in the widget 3, you see how we have, it's inside the main.dart. You see how we have a brightness.dark. But we can change this for light and save, and now we have a light mode. So it could be cool to have some sort of Boolean that will either say it's true or false, but you will need to use the notifier for this. All right, so let me just show you. We will say, by example, is dark mode notifier, and we will set this as false when we start the application, or we can say true instead, because it will always start like this, and we need to change this for a Boolean. Okay, so this is what you will need to do. You will need to create some sort of logic inside the main in order to display either the brightness light or brightness dark by using the notifier. Okay, so we can do this right now. And there is maybe one thing that I haven't told you, and it's about how to create buttons. All right, because we will talk about this in the next module. You will see it's all about user input, and it's probably one of the best modules because this is where your applications start to take life, okay? You have buttons, your screen change, and you create a real app. So for now, I will just show you one widget, which is called the icon button. So we will go inside the widget 3, and inside the widget tree, we will go inside the AppBar, and we will replace the trailing, or I think it's actions, yeah. Inside the actions, we will put one widget called the icon button, okay? Inside the onPress, you will delete and you will press Control Space, and you will select the second one, the empty function, and then the icon will be icon, and then you say icons dot light mode maybe. Let's try this. So we have light mode, we put all our commas, and now we have this. So your goal is when you press this little button, it change for either the dark mode or the white mode. And if you want to go even further than that, you can also change the icon for dark mode, like this. So every time you press, this icon change and also the entire screen. All right. If you don't know how to do this, then you can watch the next video. I will give you the entire solution. Otherwise, you can try to do it by yourself. Anyway, it's up to you. You decide, and I see you in the next one for the solution. Bye. Okay, so this challenge might be pretty tough for you. So if you were not able to do it, just watch the solution and then try to do it by yourself after. And you will see at one point, you will be able to do it by yourself, and you will see how you progress with Flutter. All right, so let's start right now. I will show you the solution for this. So we were inside the notifier, and we created the isDark mode notifier. Let's use this inside the widget tree first. So I will go over the icon. I will cut this, and I will say value listenable builder. The value listenable is the isDark mode notifier. And the builder, we will press Control Space and select the second one. Then we will be able to return the thing we had previously, the icon dark mode. And let's put the semicolon, refactor, and save. This is what you should have. Okay, so nothing has changed yet, but we have access to the isDark mode value. So I will copy this, I will change the name, and now we will use this information in order to change the icon. So we can go inside the icon, and we can say isDark mode. If it's the case, then display the icon dark mode. Otherwise, display icons.light mode. Light mode. And let's save. So now when I press on it, nothing happened because we need to also create some sort of button. So I think it was the icon button on press. On the on press, what we'll do is we will say the isDark mode notifier.value is now equal to the invert of what it was. So you can say, you can take this again, and you can say this will be the invert, like this. So yeah, this was maybe not really easy to see coming, but if you have already worked with some programming, you were probably able to figure out. Anyway, so let's do this. And now if we refresh, you will see that when we click on it, it does change the icon. So let's do the same thing, but for the light mode inside the main. We will go over the team data. I will select all of this. I will cut it. And what I will say value, listen, I'm not even sure if I will be able to put this inside the theme. No, we absolutely require something else. So what we'll do is we will wrap the entire material app. So I will say this, I will cut it, and I will say value listenable builder, and then it will be isDark mode notifier. Then the builder, Control Space, you select the second one, and then you put a return, and you paste the material app. Great, now we have access to the isDark mode. I will copy this and rename this for isDark mode, and then we can finally use this inside and say isDark mode, then brightness.dark, otherwise brightness.light. So let's refresh the screen. And now we have this. So when we press on this, we have the light mode and the dark mode. So maybe we could reverse this logic. We can go inside the widget tree and we can say light mode, and then we can say dark mode. And maybe it will make more sense. So when we press on the sunshine, it goes to white mode and dark mode. So this is how we use the or the value notifier inside Flutter. So we have done a second exercise. If you were not able to do it yourself, it's really understandable because this was kind of tough. Was pretty tough, even though. So try to do it again. Try to do it by yourself. Once you're able to do it by yourself, you really get it. And then you can move to the next step. That's about it. See you in the next one. Bye. Okay, so now let's talk about user inputs. This will be all the widgets that the user can interact with. By example, an icon button, or a button, or a text field where you enter your email, by example. So we will learn about this. And the first one is the text field widget. So let's go inside the profile page, and we can close all the other tabs, and we can just go inside profile page. Perfect. For this one, we will replace the center widget. We will delete this, and we will write a column widget instead. After this, inside, you will press Control Space to see all the arguments. You will use the children, and inside the list of children, we will write a text field widget. So you can put your comma, save, and this is what we have. So you can enter text, and that's it. So how do we use this information, and how do we modify this to make it look good? So first thing first, we will make it look good. We will say, by example, decoration, and this will take an input decoration. Inside this one, we'll use the border, okay? And in the border, you can see that we will need to put some input border, but it's better to use instead the outlined input border, okay? Because you will see why in once again, if I put my comma and I save, this is how it looks. So you see it's a little bit better, I think, in my opinion. But if you don't want this one, you can put the input border, the underline input border. This one was the previous one. Anyway, so we'll put the outline input border, and then what you could do is you could put a padding around the column. So refactor and then wrap with a padding. Okay. So now maybe you can put 20 and save. So this is your text field. But how can you access the data and display it in the screen? So for this, what we will do is we will put a stateful widget. So I will say refactor, and I will say stateful widget. Okay, so we will use the set state inside. We don't need the data anywhere else, so that's fine. So inside the text field, right after, we will put a text widget displaying the information. So how do we display this? First, we will need to create a controller for the text field. So for this, I will go right over the override, and I will say text editing controller. We'll call this one a simple controller, and we will define it as a text editing controller. Don't forget to put your semicolon. And inside your text field, you will put a controller argument, this one, and then you will put your controller inside, the thing we just created. All right, so now we have access to the controller, which can display the text inside, like this. All right, so now when we write the text and we press enter, and then if we restart this hot reload, we see the text inside. Okay, but how can we reload it from the screen directly? So what you can do is you can say you have multiple options, but on one of them is completed, on editing completed. All right, so this will return a function, and inside when it's completed, then what you can say set state, and you can say that the value, or you just can say set state. Set state should work and do the job. So let's try it. I will say restart, and I will go inside profile, and I will write something, and I will press enter. And here you go. You have the thing inside. We have refreshed the screen with the text controller, the text. So it does work. So this is how you create a text field. So that's about it, and I see you next one. Bye. Okay, so the next thing I want to show you is how to create a checkbox. So right after the text, we will create a widget checkbox. Inside this one, we need to put a value, which will be true or false. So we will create one. We will say Boolean is checked is equal to false. Let's put false when we start. And then what we can do is we can replace this for is checked. Great. For the unchanged, you will delete and you will press Control Space, and you will have two options. So we will select the second one, and then what you will say is first the value, what it is. It is a Boolean question mark. So let's say Boolean question mark. It's because it can be null. And then what you will say is you will say we have the value, let's set state, and then inside we'll say is checked is equal to this value. Right, but now we have a problem because this value can be null. So what we'll do is we will replace our Boolean for a nullable Boolean. All right, so now this should work. If we press on it, we have a checkbox. That's great. So now let's create another checkbox, but this one will be a ListTile. So let's create a checkbox ListTile. Great. The value will be the same, so is checked. I will paste it. And the unchanged will be the same. So I will copy the function, this thing, and paste it right there. Great. So it's the same thing, but the ListTile can have a title. So the title, you can put a text widget and write click me. All right, so this was your ListTile checkbox. But also what you can do with the checkbox is you can put it as a true state. So we will say true state, and then we'll say true. This means that it can have 3 values. So let me show you. If we click on it now, oops, we can see that we have some sort of error. I will restart the screen, And let's see, I think it is because of the checkbox. I need to put this one also as a true state and say true. All right, so now if we go inside profile and we click on it, we have clicked, we have nothing, and we have unselected. So we have true state. So that's about it for the checkbox. I will put all my commas like this, and I'm ready for the next video. So that's about it. See you in the next one. Bye. Okay, so one thing we need to talk about is the arrow function. Let me show you. You see inside the text field, we have a set state. So what we'll do is we will remove this, and instead we will use the arrow function. So let me show you. Usually we use this one, but this one allows us to put multiple functions inside. But the arrow function will tell us, okay, do only one thing after, and it is this, the set state. So if you want, you could create something like this, and it will do the same thing. Because when you complete and you press enter, you see that we have the screen, the text on the screen. So it does work. So the set state is the only thing that you want. But if you want to print something also, you cannot use this thing. Instead, you will need to come back to what you had previously, and then you can put two things inside. The print function, set state has been clicked, or whatever. You get it? And then you put your semicolon, and it will work. So that's the difference between the empty function normal or the arrow function. That's about it, and I see you in the next one. Bye. So let's talk about the switch widget. So it will be pretty much the same thing as the checkbox. We will do it right after the checkbox ListTile, and we will say switch. So you see, first we need a value. So we'll go up, and we will create a boolean, but this one will not be nullable, just a boolean, and we will call it is switched is equal to false when we start. So let's use this boolean inside the value. After this, we will change the unchanged, and we'll say control space, and we'll select this one. Okay? After, inside, what we need to do is we need to use a set state, and we need to redefine the value is switch to the new value. And this new value should be a simple boolean. So it's better to just define the type. Okay, so we should be able to switch this thing, which is really cool. The next thing we will do is put a comma and put a switch ListTile, like this. And the value will be the same. We'll use the isSwitch, and for the unchanged, we will copy the entire function. Copy and paste it inside, put your comma, format document, and save. Great. The only thing we need is now a title, so I will copy the one from the checkbox ListTile, and I will paste it inside the switch ListTile. So now we will write switch me instead. All right, so this is what we created. You will see in the next video, I will show you something pretty cool. I don't want to talk about it right now. I see you in the next one. Bye. Okay, so let's talk about the .adaptive. This one is pretty cool because it will target the current phone, and it will display the widget in an iOS style or Android style. So right now, this is Android style, but I am using an iPhone. So it could be nice to have the visual of the iPhone. So we will go over the switch ListTile, and I will say .adaptive. And if we save, you will see that now the icon is automatically adapted to the current phone, which is an iOS. All right, and you can do this for the switch also, .adaptive, and you can do this for the checkbox ListTile in the checkbox. So let's save, and now you can see that all of these are now iOS looking, which is pretty cool. So it's up to you if you want to use the adaptive inside your app. I think it's cool, and I just want to tell you that it's not all the widgets that are able to use the adaptive. It's just a couple of them, and yeah, that's about it. If you don't see the .adaptive after your widget, it's probably because it doesn't exist. So that's about it. See you in the next one. Bye. The next widget we will talk about is called the slider. And the slider, we will put it right after the switch ListTile. So don't forget to put your comma. And I will say slider like this. And then the value will be a double. So I will go on the top, and I will go and write double. Let's call this one the slider value is equal to, let's put 0.0 when we start. Great. So let's take this information and put it inside the value. Now we need to change this. I will press Control Space, and the value will do something. Okay, so we will set state, and inside we will say that the slider value is now equal to the value that we receive from this function. We can also define the type. We can also say this is a double, just to make it like more visual. And now if we go inside profile, you will see that we can use the slider. And it is currently not using the dot adaptive, so we can use the dot adaptive, and now you see more iOS style. But it's interesting to see the value. So what we'll do is we will print the data, so which would be the value, put the semicolon, and open the terminal. So now you see that when we slide, we go from 0 to 1. But we can also change this. We can change the max to be 100 or 10.0. Let's save. And now you can see that it goes from 0 to 10. But the thing is, we don't have like fixed numbers. What we can do is we can create a divider or division, and we can say that we will have 10 divisions. And if you save, you'll see that now we have only chunks of like numbers, like 10, 6, 5, and stuff like that. So this is how you use and create a slider. That's about it, and I see you in the next video. Bye. The next thing I want to show you is how to create a button out of any widget. So by example, if we display an image, we will be able to make this image clickable. But the thing is, before I'm able to show you this, I need to show you something else, which is a widget that the user can scroll through. So let's start by adding the image. So if you remember, it was using image.asset, and then inside you can put the asset of the image. It was asset/image/background.jpg in my case. So you will need to find the path inside your asset image, and this was your image. All right. So let's put this. But now if I put like 2 or 3, you will see that we have a problem with the height of the screen. We are not able to scroll. So we need to create a widget which allows us to scroll through the page. And this is called the SingleChildScrollView. So let's go over the padding. I will right click and I will say refactor, wrap with a widget, and then you will use the SingleChildScrollView and save. Now your screen is now scrollable, which is really cool. All right, so the next step for us will be to first delete one image, and we need to make this image clickable and do something. By example, when we click on it, maybe to change this value or anything. So I will show you how to do this in the next video. Bye. Okay, so how do we make anything clickable? So for this, you will need to wrap, by example, an image asset. I will right click and will say refactor, and I will say wrap with a widget. The widget I will use will be the GestureDetector. All right, you will put your comma also at the end, save. So now you see better. Now this is clickable. Let me show you. Inside the arguments, you have something called the onTap. So this will trigger a function, which you can use this one. And what we'll do is we'll say print, and we'll say image selected or anything. Put your semicolon, save, and now let's open the terminal, Control G, like this, and use the debug console. And now when I click on it, you can see image selected. So every time I click, I have another count. Great. So this is how you make anything clickable. But I want to show you another way to do it, and the other way will also allow you to make it look different. So I will show you everything in the next video. That's about it. See you in the next one. Bye. Okay, so there is another way to make anything clickable, and it's with the InkWell widget. And I need to show you both ways because there is a little difference between both of them. First thing first, we need to replace the image asset with a container. So I will be able to show you what is the difference. The height of the container, let's put 200, and let's put the width to double.infinity, which is all the width of the screen. The next thing we will do is we'll change the color, and we will use colors.white 12, just to create some sort of you can see if I go inside profile, some sort of color different from the background. All right, so now when we click on it, we should see inside the terminal the image selected, this thing. Perfect. So this container is clickable, but nothing happened on the screen when you press on it. So let's replace this with the InkWell widget and save. Now you will see that when you press on it, you have some sort of splash effect, which is pretty cool. So it depends of what you need. If you don't want any splash effect, then use the gesture detector. After this, inside the InkWell, you can change the splash color for colors.teal if you prefer. And let's save. Now you see that we have some sort of teal. And I think this widget is kind of cool. So that's why I need to show you both different, the InkWell and the gesture detector. That's about it, and I see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay, so all of this is pretty cool, but what we want usually inside an app is a simple classic button. And this is what we will talk about in this video. So first, for the InkWell, I will change the container for 50 just to make it smaller. Perfect, it's still clickable. But what we'll do after this InkWell is we will use a elevated button. Oops. Elevated button like this. We will change the onPress for an empty function. This. And then the child, what we'll put is, we will say a text. And inside the text, we will say, click me. Click me like this. And put all your commas, save and format document. There we go. Here we go. So this is what you should have after. Okay, so we have a button, which is a simple elevated button. After this, what do we want is, we want to be able to change the style of any buttons. So for this, what you will need to do is you will say style, and then you will say, you will repeat the name of the widget, so elevated button, dot style from. And now you're able to change the style. So if you want to change the first color, it will either be primary or background color. So let's try with color. We have the background color. So this should work. Let's put colors.teal. Let's save. So that's cool. But we can change you can change also the color of the text by using the foreground color, probably. Foreground color, colors.white. So now you can see better the text. But you don't always need to change the style because Flutter offers like 4 different types of buttons. All right. So what we'll do is we'll create another one, or I will just copy this one and I will paste it right under. So what you will need to do is I will remove the style so you can see just the button. This is a normal elevated button. This is the one we modified. After this, we can create another one under. But this one will be the filled button. So now you see the difference between the elevated and the filled button. There is another one also, which is called the text button. And this is the text button. So maybe you wonder, okay, but how do I change the style of one filled button? You do the same thing. You use the style, and then you say filled button dot style from. Like this. And then you can change the style, just like you did in this one. All right, so we will delete this. And I want to show you one last button, which is this one. We have the outlined button, which will create some sort of outline around it. But there is also other kind of buttons. Let's talk about them right now. We have the close button, like this. Let's save. I wonder what this does. Nothing, but you can create a function inside. And I think we have the back button also, maybe. And the back button is just like this. And you can change what you do inside, the unpressed. So that's about it. That's about buttons. And yeah, see you in the next one. Bye. Okay, so one last widget I need to show you before we finish this module is called the DropdownButton. You will see this one is pretty useful when you have a list of selectable items. I will create this one right over the text field so we can see it at the top, and it will be the DropdownButton. Great. The items for this one will be a list of drop-down menu items. So we will create a list and we'll use the drop-down menu item. This one. The child will be a simple text widget, and we will call this the element 1. I will put all the commas like this. Format document, we'll put more commas, format document, and the unchanged will be an empty function. This. Great. So this is what you should have for the dropdown right now. And you can see that it has one element inside and one element is selected. So let's change this. We will copy this dropdown menu item. We will create another one, and we will call this the element 2, and let's do a third one, element 3. Element 3. Perfect. So I will restart the application. I will go in profile, and now we have some sort of problem. We will fix this right now. Inside the drop-down menu item, you will select value, and this one will be E1, and we'll create other value for drop-downs. This one, this will be E2, and this will be E3. Great. Next thing you need to do is we need to create a variable for the value of the drop-down button. This one will be a string. It will be from this one. It will be a string nullable. Right? So let's create one string nullable, and let's call this the menu item, and say that we can keep this null when we start. Great. So let's copy this and put it inside. Let's save and restart the application. So now if we go inside profile, you see that we have a dropdown which have inside the element 1, element 2, and element 3. And to make them selectable, you will need to go inside the unchanged. The value will be a string like this, string question mark. So we will put the type, and inside we will say set state, and we will say that the menu item is equal to the value. So now when we click and select element 2, it's now element 2, element 3, element 1. So that's pretty cool. Another thing you can do is, you can see that right now we don't have any default value. If you want to have select element 1 selected by default, you can do it by putting this as E1, because this is the same key as this value. All right? So we can restart, and you will see that the element 1 is already selected. Great. So this is how you create a drop-down menu item. You have all the tools in order to create pretty much any user input inside your application at this point. So let's keep going to build a real application in the next module. That's it. See you in the next one. Bye. The next thing you need to learn with Flutter is how to navigate through different pages. Currently, we are only using the bottom navigation bar, but it could be fun to click this button and go through another page, right? So what we will do is we will take all this garbage and we will put it inside another page, which we will call settings. We will be able to access it from a button that we'll put in the app bar. All right, so let's do this. We will first convert the profile page for something called settings page. All right, next we will rename this. We will say this is now called settings. And we can create another profile page. I will say new file, profile page.dart. We can copy the home page, what is inside. We can paste it inside profile page and just rename this for profile page, and rename also this for profile page. Great. So now you have 3 of them renamed. After this, we will go back inside the widget tree, and we will say that we need a quick fix, and we want to import the profile page. This thing. We can delete the old settings reference. Great. So now if we refresh, we should be able to see the profile in the home page. Now we need to access this setting page. But how do you do this? Let's go inside the widget tree, and inside this one, we have the actions. So right under the icon button, you will say another icon button. This one will have an onPress. The onPress will have this, an empty function. And the icon will have an icons.settings. Oops, settings. Great. Now let's put all the commas and save. So now we have a button settings at the top corner. We need to use this by going to the navigation or navigator dot push. And we need to push another page from this button. So we will push another page over this one. What we'll do is we need a route. For this, you will always use the material page route. And inside you will put the builder. So the builder will be control space, and it will be a context that returns something. The something that we return will be the setting page. All right. So I know this was a lot of things. Then you need to put your semicolon right there, and your comma, and save. Great. So there was a lot of things, but at the end, it's pretty simple. We have an icon button. Then inside we have a non-press. When we press on it, we use the navigator. We use the navigator.push because we want to push another page over this one. After this, we use the material page route in order to display the setting page. So if we restart the application, now we probably will have an error if we go inside the settings. And yes, we have. The reason is, let's go inside the setting page. The reason is we start with a SingleChildScrollView, but we need to have a scaffold. We need to have some sort of skeleton for this page. So we will take this entire thing, this entire SingleChildScrollView. I will cut this thing and put a scaffold. Inside the scaffold, we will have the AppBar argument, and inside a title with a text saying that this is the settings page. All right. The next thing we need to do is to put a body for this scaffold. And the body will be what we have copied or cut, which is the SingleChildScrollView. All right, so now let's restart this application, and you will see that the home and profile are fine. And you can go inside the settings to see this setting page with all the scrap inside. That's pretty cool. And you can also see that Flutter will automatically give you a button to come back. All right, inside the app bar. That is pretty cool. If you want to remove this, you can always use the automatically imply leading and say false. All right. If you do this, when you go inside the setting, you will not see the comeback button. Okay. So this was how to navigate through Flutter. Let's go back inside again. It's very simple. Navigator, material page route, and then you put your page. That's it. Inside your page, you put the scaffold and you have it. So that's about it for this one. See you in the next video. Bye. So in the last video, we have talked about the navigator.push, but now it's time to talk about the navigator.pop. The pop will just remove the last page. So let's go inside, by example, the setting page. And inside the setting page, as you remember maybe, is you have the automatically imply blah, blah, blah. So we can set this as false. Let's save. So now when we go inside the settings, there is nothing. So let's create this button by ourselves. What we'll do is we'll say leading, and we will use a back button. The back button is just a logo of the back like this. So that's why we use this one. After this, inside, we will use a onPressed. So in the onPressed, we will put a function. And now inside this one, we will use the navigator dot pop, just like this. And inside you put the context, you put your semicolon, and you save. So now you have created the button to pop back. All right. Just heads up, if you put this button inside this page, it will probably not work. So let's do it just to break Flutter, just to see what will happen. Let's do it inside this app bar. And now let's save. You see, you just break Flutter. All right. So just make sure that you have a page previously if you use the pop button. So I will restart the app, and now everything still works. Okay, so we can go back inside the settings, and we can remove the automatically imply leading, because obviously it will not be there because we put one ourselves. All right, so that's it, and I see you in the next one. Bye. So let's talk about the push replacement instead. So let's go back inside so I will close all of them first, and I will open only the widget tree. Okay, so this is where we navigate inside the setting page. Instead of using the push, we'll use the push replacement. All right, and now let's restart the application. When we go inside, this will not just push a page over the stack of pages, it will replace the previous page. So now, because we still have the back button that will pop, this will create an error because we have removed the previous page, which was the widget tree and everything. So let's restart the app. And now if you go inside settings, you can remove inside the leading the back button. So we will cut this. I will remove this and the leading also. Now if you save and you go inside, you will see that Flutter will not put automatically the back button because you are not able to go back. There was no page before. All right. So at this point, you have learned how to use the push replacement. This can be interesting sometime when you have like a login screen and the user login. Once it's logged in, you need to navigate into the home page of the application. It could be interesting in these places. So that's about it. What I will do is I will put back the push, and that's about it, I think. Cancel. Let's save and restart the application just to see if everything works. We still have this and we can go back. Perfect. So this was the push replacement. That's about it. See you in the next one. Bye. So all the navigation is pretty cool, but you might have a question like, how do I send data from one page to another? Like, yes, you could use the notifiers, but sometimes you just want to send like a title to the other page, like a description page, and that's it. So I will show you how to do this. So instead of going inside the setting page and getting the information from this, I will send the information from the previous page. All right. So for this, you will need to create some sort of arguments to receive. What we will receive instead is the title. So we will say required. We will say that we required this information. Okay. We will say this dot, and it could be title. So let's put the comma and that's it. After this, we will create the value. So the final. We'll say final. This will be a string title. So when we call this page, we just give it a title, and then we can use this title inside the setting page. So I will use it right there. I will say title. And one thing you have to understand is if you are using a stateful widget, you will need to say widget.title. All right. But if you are using a simple stateless widget, you will not put widget before. You will just put title and it will work. All right. Otherwise, it will not. So just keep this in mind. Anyway, now we have an error inside the widget tree, and it's because we need to put the argument title, and this will be a string, which you will put a simple settings and save. So now, or even we can put settings, cure something else, just so you see the difference. We will go inside the settings, and now you see that the title is settings this thing. Great. So the information is coming from the widget tree, and then we send the information inside the setting page. We handle this information as a title and we use it. Okay. Again, you use widget.title for a stateful, and you use just title if you're inside a stateless. Okay, so that's about it. See you in the next one. Bye. For this section, what we'll talk about is clean UI widget. So you want to create an application that look good at the end also, right? So this is what we'll do. We will merge them with the layout widgets, and we will create something that look good at the end. Let's start by creating a new file called the welcome page.dart. Okay, this page, first we will import the material, and then this page, the goal will be to have a button, click, login or register, and go to the home page, the widget tree. All right. We will do this by creating a stateless widget first, which we will call welcome page. And inside we will put a scaffold widget. All right. Let's save this. And now let's go inside the main.dart. And what we'll do inside this, we will remove the widget tree and put the welcome page. So now when we start the application, let's restart everything. When we start the application and we restart, you will see only a welcome page. The goal is to be able to navigate through this to go inside the widget tree. So let's go inside the welcome page first. And what we'll do inside is we will create a body. So the body will have a column, And inside the column, we will have children. Great. Inside this one, we will use the widget I want to show you in this video, which is called the ClipRRect. This widget will allow you to create rounded borders for any widget. So in this case, we will use the child, and inside we will put the image we had previously. So the image asset, and inside we will say it was assets/image/background.jpg. So you need to put the path of your image, this one, asset image background.jpg. Okay, and now let's save. It's right there. We will put the column as the main axis alignment .center. So it goes in the center. And now I want to show you the ClipRRect widget. So you will say border radius, and you will say border radius that's circular. Then you will say 20.0 and save. Now you see how the borders goes rounded, and this look pretty good. So that's good. And after this, we will wrap the column, refactor, wrap with a widget, and it will be a padding, because we want to create like maybe 20 padding, and it look a little bit better. This is where we will put like the login information. We'll just like write login, and we'll have the button login and register, stuff like that. All right. So this was how to use the ClipRRect widget. Before we finish this video, I just want to add another button right under. So we will use a filled button. This will use an empty function, and the child will be a text saying, I don't know, login, like this. I will put all the commas, save, and now the only thing we need to do is to add a navigator. So I will go first inside the main.dart in order to remove the unused path, okay? And next we will go inside the widget tree to copy the navigator.push. So let's copy all of this, Control-C, and now we can close all the tabs and just use, so I will say save, and now we will just use the welcome page. Okay, inside this one, we will paste the navigator.push, and we will change this for push replacement. All right, and inside we will return the widget 3, like this. So now let's restart the application entirely and click login. You see that you go inside the widget tree where you have your entire application. There is no way for you to log out right now, but we will do this later. So let's refresh, and this is what we will keep working on to make it look clean as a welcome page. That's about it. See you in the next one. Bye. Okay, so the next widget I want to show you is called the hero widget. And for this, we will need to create another file inside the widgets, and we'll call this the hero widget. Okay, like this, .dart. After this, you need the import m, so import material, and then we will create a stateless widget, which will be called hero widget. So this is what you will need. Next, what we can do is we will replace the container with this entire image with the rounded corners. So we can go back inside the welcome page. We can cut this ClipRRect like this. We cut this, and we call instead the hero widget. Okay, you can go back inside the hero widget, and we will return the ClipRRect. So let's save. Nothing should change right now, but we can wrap this ClipRRect with the hero widget. So let's say refactor and wrap with a widget. We will use the hero. One thing you need to put inside the hero is a tag. You need to tag this with a unique value. So we will just say, for this example, the hero 1, all right? But you need to use always a different value for each hero widget. The next thing you can do is we will plug this hero widget first inside this welcome page, but also inside the home page. So let's replace the center with a column, or first a padding. The padding will be edgeAndSets.all, and it will be 20.0. And then we put a child. The child will be a column. And then in the column, you will put children, so the widget, and the widget will be the hero widget that we just created. All right, so this was a lot of things, but this overall is what you should have, so you can pause the video if you want. What does the hero widget do? You can see that the hero widget is inside this page, but also inside the home page. Have you seen the transition? So the hero widget will always create some sort of transition for the image or for the widget that is inside, which look pretty cool. So what we could do is we could create inside the profile page. Let's go inside and replace this for a padding again with the agentsets.all20.0 and then put a child column and then children that will have a widget inside. And the widget will be a list view, a ListTile, sorry, ListTile, and the ListTile will have a title. The text will be log out. So now we will have at least a log out button. And then what you can put is the untap, put an empty function, and this will log out. In order to log out, we can go inside the welcome page. We can copy this navigator, this thing. I will copy this, and I will put it inside the profile page, inside the ListTile, like this. Now the only thing you need to do is replace the widget 3 with the welcome page. And now if you restart the application, you will see that when you click login, it creates some sort of transition between the image. And when you click log out, then you go back. That's it. So this was, oops. So yeah, it's not really visible like that. So maybe it would be better another button, but you get the point, right? When we do the log out, we should do something else. We should also change the value of the notifier. So this notifier selected page index, we should put it back to 0. So we'll say selected notifier dot value, oops, notifier dot value is equal to 0. So we restart this. So let's restart the application. When we click login, we click profile, we click log out, and then when we click login, you will see the little animation. So that's about it. This is the hero widget. Pretty cool stuff. See you in the next one. Bye. Another widget I want to show you is the SnackBar widget. This one is pretty cool, so we need to talk about it. First thing first, what we'll do is we'll go inside the welcome page or inside the hero widget, and I want to change it because it doesn't look like with the theming of our application. So let's change the color of the image for colors.teal. And after this, we will need to change also the blend mode. So the color blend mode dot, and you can use maybe blend mode dot modulate. This one is pretty cool. Or we could use darken. Darken, I think, would make more sense for our application. So you just see how it looked better like this. And after this, another thing we can do is we could change maybe the title inside or whatever, but we will do this later. Okay, so another thing I want to do is to use this widget, which is called the SnackBar. So for the SnackBar, we will go inside maybe the settings page, and we will use one button to trigger the SnackBar. So if we go inside settings, you see that we have multiple buttons. We will use this one, the first one, click me, okay? So I will replace this for open SnackBar, and we will save. Oh, you see how it's this button instead? So I will instead use it inside the elevated button. I will cut this elevated button. I will put it at the top before the drop down button. And now we can play with it. I will remove the style and I will say this is called open SnackBar. Okay, so this is our button. Now let's make it work. I will say show SnackBar, as simple as that. So is it show SnackBar? I hope. No, show scaffold dot. Oh yeah, it's scaffold messenger. So scaffold messenger dot of context dot show SnackBar. This is it. All right. So you need to remember this little thing. It's scaffold messenger.ofContext. So you get the context of the current scaffold, and then you will display something on the screen. And the display is the SnackBar. So you need to create a widget SnackBar like this, and the content will be, I think, just a simple widget. So yeah, you can say text and say SnackBar. Okay, after this, you need to put your semicolon and your commas like this, and you can save. Great. So now when you press SnackBar, you see we have a SnackBar coming from the bottom that will stay there for like 2 seconds. You can change the duration if you want. You can say duration, and you say duration and maybe seconds, 5 seconds. All right. So when you click on it, you have the SnackBar. But another thing that is pretty cool is the position of the SnackBar. I think it's behavior, but I'm not sure. So we'll try this one. Behavior, I would say SnackBar behavior. And I would say dot floating. It is exactly that. So let's click on it. Now you see how it is a floating box. And it just looked better. So this was how to create a SnackBar with Flutter. That's about it. And I see you in the next one. Bye. Okay, so the SnackBar is pretty cool, but another thing that you could be using with Flutter will be an alert dialog. So I will show you how to do this also. We'll copy paste the elevated button, and we will call this instead the open dialog. All right. So it's pretty much the same concept, but instead of using the scaffold messenger.ofContext first, you can right off the bat use the show dialog. All right. And inside you will put a builder. So you will press Control Space, and you will say context return, and you can just put an alert dialog or about dialog. They are pretty much all the same, so we'll just use an about dialog for now. And it is like that. So let's click on it. You see how we open this. So you see that the about dialog will automatically give you all the licenses of your app. So this can be interesting if you need this. Otherwise, we will use the alert dialog. The alert dialog will allow you to customize it more like you want. So if I click on open dialog, you see that nothing appears right now. This is because we need to put some stuff. So first we need to put the content, which for now will just be a text widget saying alert content. And then we need to put also maybe a title, which will be another text saying alert title. And finally, if we try it, you see that we have the alert title and the alert content. But we want to be able to close this thing. So you can create a button, and this will be inside the actions. Or is it inside actions? Let's find out. It is inside the, it is action. Or I think it is inside the content action. Yeah, exactly. It's inside the alert dialog. Sorry, I was at the wrong place. So inside the action, you will say, for example, close button or fill button, and you will say, oops, filled button. And inside, you will put an empty function. And after this, the child will be a simple text saying close. All right? But you can put any other buttons if you prefer. So this is just that. And inside, in order to close the navigator, in order to close the dialog, you need to use the navigator because this is kind of another page over it. All right? So you use the navigator.pop. As simple as that. And now, if you click on open dialog, you have the alert dialog with the content and you can close it. So this is pretty cool. That's about it. And I see you in the next one. Bye. Another widget we need to talk about is called the divider widget. So between these two elevated buttons, I will create one called the divider. All right, like this. And let's save. So you see this is a little line that separates the two widgets. You can also change the colors.teal, and also you can change the thickness. The thickness, let's put 5.0. you can also change the end indent. So this is the space at the end that you will have without the divider. So by example, I put 200.0, let's save. You see that this is 200 space that is not used for the divider. All right, so this is how to use the divider. You can also use a vertical divider. So I will create a container. I will define a height of 50.0, and then I will use a child and put a vertical divider inside, and then I will save. So you can see that we have another divider, but this one is vertical. It can be used for, by example, inside a row if you want to separate two items. So that's about it. What we'll do is we'll delete the vertical divider, and you can keep just this one with maybe a value of 2 for the thickness, so it's not that disturbing inside this page. All right, so that's it, and in the next video, we will talk about the card widget. So now let's talk about one of my favorite widgets called the card widget. It's like a container, but you already have some sort of rounded corners, and I will show you how it looks like. So first thing first, we will go inside the home page. So right there, we can close everything else. So I will say close all, and I will return inside the home page. And what we'll do is, first thing first, we'll create a padding widget, and inside we'll put an edge and set dot symmetric, and the symmetry will be only vertical. So it will be only vertical, the padding. I will put all the commas and save. Okay, inside this padding, we can put a child argument and use a card widget. In this card widget, we will use a single child again, and we would put another padding. And the padding will be again edge and sets dot all for this case, and we will put maybe 20.0. I will put again all the commas and save. Okay, so you see that this is our little card, but there is nothing inside. So inside the padding, I will say child, and I will write a text. The text will be, by example, basic layout. This is the first module of this course. All right, so we have this. The next thing we want to do is we want to add more things inside. So we will need to put a column instead. So for the child, I will right click and I will say refactor and wrap with a container, a column. Where it is, column, right? And we need to do the same thing, but right under, and this will be, by example, the description of this. All right. The last thing we'll need to do is to put some sort of width double.infinity. So can we do it inside the card? No, we can't. So what we'll need to do is we will wrap the card. We'll say refactor, or maybe we can even use the padding, replace this for a container, because the container also have the padding, but the container have the width argument. So we can say double.infinity, and now it's save. So this is our card widget. You can see that it started to look kind of beautiful, so that is why I use a card widget. Next, we will need to put everything on the left side. So we will go inside the column, maybe inside this one, and we will say the main axis or cross-axis alignment dot start. And now we have our text to the side. But there is another thing we need to change, and it's the style of the text. And we will do this in the next video. So that's about it. See you in the next one. Bye. So the next widget I want to show you is the text widget. Let's play with this one and change how it looks. So first thing first, we'll go inside the text and we will use the style argument. This one will take a text style, and inside the text style, you can put a colors.teal. So this will change the color of the text like this. Next, you can put the font size, and you can change the size. Let's put 18 and save. We can also change the font weight. So font weight.bold like this. But also you can put maybe normal if you prefer, or W129. So this is very thin and this is very bold. All right, but we will use the bold one instead, and that's it. You could also change many other arguments, for example, spacing letter, and it could be 10.0, but it's up to you. Okay, so let's keep it simple. Let's save. And now what we need to do is we need to put this inside a data, but we will do another file, and we'll say constants.dart. Because it could be interesting to have always the style of this saved at one place so we can reuse it everywhere inside the application. All right, so I will cut this text style. And then what we will do is we will go inside the file constant. So I'll cut this, we go inside constant, and we create a class. Let's create a class called kTextStyle. And this class kTextStyle, we'll open the bracket. Inside, what we'll do is we'll say static const, and then we will put text style. How do we call this one? We will call this the normal blue or normal teal text, or even title teal text is equal to the text field. And we need to create another one, but this one will just be maybe description text. Description text. For the description, we will remove the color, we will remove the bold, and we will keep only 16 as the font size. Okay, so we have two types, the title teal text and the description text. And inside this, we will change this for the kTextStyle dot title teal text, and the other one we will do the description text. Okay, so this is what we have done. We have used the text widget. Inside, we have used the text style widget in order to change it. And then we have saved everything inside a constant class, so we can reuse this anywhere inside our application, so our application look the same everywhere. So that's about it, and I see you in the next one. Bye. All right, first thing first, congratulations on being on this step of this course, because a lot of people will give up at the start. So the next thing I want to tell you is we have talked about the basic Flutter widget, some cool widget like the cart and stuff like this, but now let's go one step further and let's add animations inside our app. Because at the end, we don't want a garbage application like this. We want to have a great visual application. So we'll change all of this and make it look great by using Lottie files or Lottie animations. You can go on lottiefiles.com and you can search for an animation you would like to have inside your welcome page. Okay, you can write home, by example. Just make sure to click there and select free. And in this way, you just have the free one. Then you can click on, by example, this one. It will fit with the application, have the same color, teal and blue. And you can just say download. For me, I will not be able because I have already downloaded 10 files, but you will be able with the basic free plan or whatever it is called. So you will be able to download this. Otherwise, you can go on another website, Lottie files and stuff like this. You get the point. The next thing is I have already downloaded the JSON. It's right there. I can't download anymore, but anyway. And we will put this JSON inside the application. But how do you do this, right? How do you put a JSON file inside Flutter? For this, you will need to use the Lottie Flutter package like this. So you go on pub.dev package Lottie, and you will use this one. So what I will do is I will go inside the installing, and the only thing you need to do is either run this or either add the Lottie automatically inside. So what I like to do, the fastest way, I think, is you just take the name of the package, Lottie, and you go inside the Visual Studio Code, you press Ctrl-Shift-P, and then you say add dependency, and you press enter. Okay? In this way, you can just put Lottie, and you will see that inside my pubspec.yalm, it will add the Lottie right under this one. Okay? So let's do this. Ctrl-P, add dependency, Lottie, enter. And you will see, boom, we have the Lottie. If you want, you can add it manually right there, or you can paste inside the terminal what I've shown you, this little thing. You can paste this. All right, so there are multiple ways, but this is the way to do it. All right, so now we should have access to the Lottie files. Let me just click this Flutter pub get, this little button. If you don't have it, just write inside the terminal Flutter pub get and press enter. Okay, it will do the same thing. We will save the file. I will close the pubspec.yalm, and now we are ready to use our Lottie file inside our thing. So what you will do is you will create a file like this. I will delete mine. It was created too early, but you will go inside the asset, you will right click and you will say new folder. Inside this one, you will say Lotties, and then you will put your Lottie inside this one. So it is right there. I will put my welcome inside the Lotties. Okay, so now we have access to this Lottie. But we also need to use the package that we have added in the dependency, this one. So you will go inside, by example, and you will find, or just inside README, I think they will give you an example. Yeah, you just need to use this, Lottie, asset, and then you put your JSON. Pretty simple stuff. So I will copy this line. I will close everything, okay, because we don't need this anymore. And now we need to use this. So let's go inside the view, inside the page, inside the welcome page, and I will replace the hero widget with this thing, the Lottie.asset. I will say quick fix, and I will say import the package Lottie. All right, so now we have the import. We can delete this unused import, which was the hero widget. And then we will have an error. The reason is you need to go inside the pubspec.yalm, and inside the pubspec.yalm, you will see that under assets, we need to give the asset path for the Lotties. So I will paste under and I will say Lotties. And don't forget to put this, otherwise it will not work. So this will give you access to all the files inside the Lotties. Okay, so we will save this Flutter pub get, and then I will close the pubspec. All right, so now we can just change the name for welcome and save. And now let's restart the application and see what happened. So you see that unable to load assets welcome. Yeah, it's because I need to put Lotties/welcome and save. Great. So this was the animation I downloaded earlier. It's not the home, but I think it's pretty cool. You can find it on Lottie files. I'm pretty sure this is where I found it, but it's up to you. Anyway, so this will be kind of our welcome page. Okay, so what we need to do next is maybe put the text under saying, you can put the name of your application. I will just put Flutter map. Another thing I would like to do is change the style. So we'll go inside the style and I will say text style. I will not use the k text style inside the constant, this thing, because this style will be a little bit weird. It will not be like standard title or description. So that's why I will not use this. So I will say text style, and inside the text style we'll say font weight dot bold, font size. The font size, maybe we can put 50.0, and then the letter spacing 50.0 again. Let's see what happened. Okay, so right now we have a problem with the visual of the application. I want to show you another widget that will help you fix things like this. So we will just stop this video, and in the next one, I will show you the FittedBox widget. You will see this one is pretty cool. So that's about it. See you in the next one. Bye. Okay, so let's talk about the FittedBox widget. It's one of the most powerful widget that you can use, and not a lot of people is talking about it. So the FittedBox widget, what it will do is it will take the text and make it fit to the screen. All right, simple as that. You can just wrap the text widget, right click, refactor, and then you will say wrap with a widget, and you use the FittedBox. And now when you will save, you will see that the code automatically put all the text in the line and align with the phone. All right, you get what I mean. Anyway, so another thing I want to show you is you can change maybe the font size for 500, and you will see that it will automatically adapt also. But when you do this, it will remove a little bit of spacing. So you need to adjust for something that you like. I think 50-50 seems pretty cool. That's fine for me. The next thing we'll do is we will add a simple sized box right under with a height of maybe 20.0 and comma save. Great, so now it looks better. We will put another button. This one will be a simple text button. So I think I will just copy this. Yep, copy and paste it right under replace field button with the text button. And that's pretty cool. Both of them goes to the widget tree, but we'll change this in further video for a login page or a register page. And we can just change this for login and get started. Get started. Okay, so this will be the register and this will be the login. Another thing we can do to make it look better is we can expand this text button to be all the width. And for this, you will need to go inside the field button or any buttons, and you will need to change the style. So we'll say style. And if you remember to change the style of a button, you reuse the name. So FittedBox. This field. I will just remove this because it's kind of annoying. Perfect. Field button. And you just need to FittedBox. I have some difficulty with my keyboard right now. So I will just copy paste field button dot style from. And then you just need to put size, I think, or minimum size. Yeah, minimum size. And you use the, if you go over, size widget, like this. And the size widget just take a width and a height. So the width will be double.infinity. And can we put null for the height? No, we can't. So what we'll do is we'll put maybe 40.0 and comma save. And now this should work. So I will restart the application. It's a maximum size. It's a minimum size I want to use instead. So minimum size. And now let's save. Great. We will do the same thing for the login. And that's about it for this video. So I will copy the style. And I will paste it right over the child of the text button. Let's now save. And you can see that the text button is a little bit invisible, but when you press on it, you see it. You have the get started, you have the name, and this looks pretty cool. So what we can do in the next video is instead of going straight in the app, we will go to a register page or a login page. So that's about it. See you in the next one. Bye. Later inside this module, I will show you how to use a package that will save data locally. By example, when we restart the application, it's always going back to dark mode. So it could be nice to save this information locally on the phone. We will do this inside this module, but for now, I don't want to show you like package after package after package because it's a little bit overwhelming. All right. So what we'll do is I will show you a package like the Lottie package, and then we will modify a little bit the application to make it look good. And once in a while, I will show you a new package. By example, the one that will save the data locally. This one will be pretty cool, but that's it. So let's start right now and create another page. So you can see that when we log out and when we log in, we go directly inside the application. But it would be better to go inside a login page or a register page. Okay, so inside page, I will say new file, and I will say register page. Or login page. Let's put it as login page.dart. Okay, and then I will say import material, and then I will say stateless widget. This one will be called the login page. So inside this video, what we will do is we create a login page. So when we click login, instead of going inside this one, we go in the login page, and then we put some information, and then we go inside the home. All right, so this is what we try to create right now. I will put a scaffold first with an AppBar. The AppBar will just have an AppBar inside. Then I will put a body in order to be able to put a column widget. All right, so what I do is I know that I will put a padding over the column, but I prefer to write column first because when I do refactor with the padding, it will automatically put the information inside. But if you just put the widget padding, let me show you. If you just put padding, you will see that it doesn't fill everything automatically. So that's why I prefer to put column first and refactor, so it go faster. After this, so you have this thing, we will put this as maybe 10. And now let's go inside this page. From the welcome page, when we go, instead of going inside the widget tree, okay, which is the application, what we'll do instead is we will replace this for the login page, like this. So for now, both of them will go at the same place. You can remove the unused link, okay? And then let's restart. So we have this. When we click on Get Started, we go inside this login page. So that's pretty good. Next, what we'll do is we'll go inside this login page and modify the visual. So you can write children to put multiple widgets inside. And then which one will we put? I think we will put just an image. We can put the hero widget that we had previously. Hero widget. Like this. But can we put something inside this one? I will restart just to see what happened. Get started. Perfect. We have this information. And let me restart again just to see if we have an error. No, it's good. So we could put the word login inside. So let's go inside hero widget. We will modify this. We will say this will take a required the title. And we'll say final string title. Oops, string title. So this just means that we will send the information via an argument, and we will have this information available for our widget, which we will wrap the entire hero widget. I will say refactor, wrap with a column. Why? Because I will replace column with stack. And now we are able to put some text over it. So we can say text. Yeah, let's put a simple text. Let's put inside the title. So title. And let's save. Now we just need to put the title inside the center. So what we will do is we will say alignment. What it is a wrap alignment. Alignments, simple alignment. Dot. And center, I think. So let's try this. We'll go inside the login page and we will add inside the hero widget, we'll add a title. The title will be login. Login. Perfect. And we'll go inside the home page and do the same thing. Title. The title will be, I don't know, Flutter map. It doesn't really matter for now, but now you can see that we have the login. Next, what we can do is we can make this look better. So let's go inside title. Let's go inside this. Change the style. Again, we will not use the text style from the constant because it will be a weird one. All right. So let's say text style. The font weight, maybe we can put font weight.bold. And then the font size will be maybe 50.0. Let's save. So now we have this. We can put the letter spacing. Letter spacing maybe 50.0 also. And wrap all of this text, refactor, wrap inside a FittedBox. FittedBox. And let's save. Perfect. So that's kind of good. It's a little bit weird. So what we'll do is we'll change the color. We'll say colors dot maybe let's try black. Okay, that's not right. Let's try white. Colors dot white. White 30. Let's try this. All right, so we will go with something like this. It doesn't really matter because it's like a little different. So maybe 60. Yeah, that's good. That's enough good. After this, what we'll do is we will put the text field, two text field. We have some of them inside the settings. We can just copy paste one of them. So we have this drop down text field. So let's copy this text field. All right. So you had it inside your setting.page, setting page.dart. And I will close all the page, close all. Then we will go back inside the hero widget. And what we want is the text field. So instead of a hero, it will be a login page. Now inside the login page, we need the text field. So I paste it. And we need a controller. So this, we will need to put a controller. Text editing controller. Controller is equal to a text editing controller. And that's it. Okay. Now we will need to change this for a stateful widget. Refactor, because I need to show you something else. So convert to a stateful widget. And now we need to use something called the dispose. But what is the dispose? I will explain you what it is inside the next video. So that's about it. See you in the next one. Bye. Okay, so what is the dispause? The dispause is part of the override that you can use inside a stateful widget. Don't make the confusion. You are not able to use them inside the stateless widget. They are not available, only in the stateful. So you have the dispause, and you have also the init state. Init state. You have a couple other of them, but the most used are these two ones. So the dispause will dispause the thing when you don't need the login page anymore. For example, when you change the page and you go in the home, you don't need the controller anymore. So you can just say controller.dispause. All right? So you don't need to save the information of the text forever inside the app. You can just dispause it. Next, in the init state, this will run when you start the page. For example, when you go inside the login page, this will trigger something. You can trigger some functions or stuff like this, and then it will build the entire thing, right? So what you could do is you could just say print and init state, put the semicolon, and now if I restart the application and I open the terminal or the debug console maybe, let's say get started, and you see init state. So this trigger right away. When you go inside the login page, it will be triggered once, it will run this information, and then it will go inside the build and rebuild the code only if you say set state. But when you say set state, it will not rebuild the init state, only the build. Okay, so this was a lot of information. If you want, you can rewatch this section of the video, okay, just to make sure you understand. And that's about it about the override. And just make sure that you have put the controller, the dispause, for your controller. We can also put the controller, I will cut it, and we can now put it inside this. Okay, so it will be close to the other. We can delete the init state because we don't need it, only the dispose. So that's about it, and I see you in the next one. Bye. Okay, so let's keep going on this UI design. So first thing first, what we will do is we will change a little bit the padding for 20. Like this, I will save, and we will add a sized box right there over the text field of height 20.0. And now let's save this. Okay, so we will change also the outline input border, and we'll use a border radius dot _circular 20, maybe 15.0, like this. And the comma at the end, save. Perfect. So this look better. Another thing we can do is we don't know what is this text field. So it could be nice to have a hint. And this is what we'll do inside the input decoration maybe. So let's try int in text. Yes, it is. Perfect. So in text, and we just say email. Email and save. Great. Another thing we can do is the controller. We can copy this one, paste it under, and say email and say password. And say same thing, controller, email, and password. Because you guessed it, we will do two text fields, and we need to separate the controller, otherwise it will be the same. So we need to say controller email, and do we need anything else? This seems good. We can copy this one and copy the SizedBox also. Oops, SizedBox and text field. Copy and paste it under. We will change the SizedBox for 10 instead. And the text field, we will put password. And now let's save. Okay, so this seems pretty good. Now I will just restart to see what happened. Get started. And now you have the email, the password. You can enter the information. Maybe you will need some sort of button to say login. So let's add this button. We can put a field button. We can also copy the one from the welcome page. It will be faster. So just take the field button and copy this with the SizedBox. Why not? Copy this and go back inside the login page. Inside the login page, you just paste all of this, and you have your SizedBox, and you have your filled button. Great. So now you can just say login like this, And this seems good. This seems good. The next thing you can do is, by example, the email, or one thing I want to do also is inside the hero widget, I just want to change the visual. It looks a little bit weird. So I will say black 54 instead. It looked weird also. So white 10 maybe. I will also change the bold for normal. You can play with it, but for now I think we will keep something like this. And maybe 38. Let's save. This look already better, I think. Okay, so that seems good. I will change again for 30 instead, and this seems even better. Okay, the next thing is to write the email. So you see both controllers use the same thing. So I will go inside the login page, and inside the login, we will say controller email. This one, we change this for controller password. Great, so that is better. The next thing we need is when we press on login, we need to go inside the widget 3. All right, so for this, you would change the login page for widget 3. Here we go. And we can create even a logic to enter a real user or a real email and a real password. And only if you put those two things, you can go inside the login page. All right, so for now it's not working, but we will fix all of this inside the next video with a logic coding challenge. That's it. See you in the next one. Bye. Okay, so let's create the logic to enter some information and click login. First thing first, we will change the fill button with the elevated button. So I've changed both of them, the style and the button, and let's save. I think this looked already better. And we will do the email. So how can we write this email? We can say, by example, let's go right after the class login page, extend this, right after the controllers, you can write string. I will click this, and you can say confirmed email is equal to 123, and then the string confirmed password goes to, I don't know, 4, 5, 6. Doesn't really matter. Okay, these will be just the information to confirm if you have put the good information to go in the login page, right? So let's go inside this. So you can see that we have some sort of function that is triggered when you click the elevated button. So we will take all this function and we'll put it inside another one. So it will be like more visual of what happened when you click the elevated button. So let's cut all of this. And what I will do is I will say, let's create a function. So it's on login pressed like this. Okay. And now let's create this function. Usually what I'd like to do is right before the last one. So right there, you just click and you say, how do we call this? We call this a void on login pressed. We open the bracket, we create a function. So this is just a simple function that is used inside the elevated button, okay? And all of this is not inside the build. So you can see the build end right here and right here. So that is why we use it right there. After this, we will put the navigator and we'll create some sort of function. We will say if the context or the confirm email is equal to the controller email dot text or is equal, just to say if these are equal, then we will do the navigator like this. Oops. Then we will do the navigator. Can you just move it? All right. So that's good. We can do another thing, the same thing, but with the password. So we can say, and if the confirmed password is equal to the confirmed controller password.text. Can we just put text? Why is it working? All right, so I don't know why text doesn't work. getter text, define the type string, confirm password. Oh, it's because I controller password. Controller password. Perfect. All right, so this was pretty long, but right now, if you click login, nothing will happen. So let's restart the application entirely. I say get started, and then I say login, nothing happened. But if we press 1 through 3, and then 4, 5, 6, and say login, here you go inside the home page. Pretty damn cool. But later inside this course, or at the end of the course, you will understand that you can create your own authentication system. So you will either use your own database that you have, or you can use Firebase and stuff like this. But this is not like the good way to do it, because it's just like static inside the app. You will need to connect with your authentication system. But don't worry, I will show you everything that you need in order to connect with APIs and stuff like this. All right, so that's about it for this one. Let's log out and see if we can change one little thing. This seems pretty good. I will say maybe a button to come back. That could be interesting. So for the AppBar, what we can say is, do we need a button to come back, actually? So yeah, we'll go inside the welcome page. And what we'll do is, you see we have a push replacement. But instead what we'll do is we'll just do a push. So I will take all of them, remove both of them, and save. So now when we go inside, we have the back button automatically. So let's get started, and you have the back button if you need, right? If you go and log in, you have it also. Great. Another thing we can do is, so you see that the login is only accessible if you put 1 through 3, 4, 5, 6, and then log in. And that's pretty cool. So as I told you, inside this section, we will talk about how to save the data locally. I will show you how to connect with an API and stuff like this. You will see this is a lot of information. But for now, that's about it. And I see you in the next video. Bye. Okay, so when you build an application, you need to take in consideration all the little things that can break your application. By example, if I turn the screen, you can see that this is not scrollable. So if someone have a very small screen, this might create a problem. So you need to wrap the padding of the welcome page, this entire body, refactor, and wrap it with a SingleChildScrollView. SingleChildScrollView. And now let's save. Perfect. But another thing is this logo is pretty big. So we will put it maybe at 300 height. Let's go inside the Lottie asset. In the arguments, I will say height and maybe 400.0, and let's save. So this, I think, is already better. It's not really good for this orientation, but usually people take their phone like this, okay? So the goal is really to fix the big problems. So by example, if I go inside Get Started and I try to write something and I open the keyboard, so Command Shift K on Mac, and I start to write something, you see that we have a yellow bar. So we need to fix this also, okay? But first, let's fix this one. This one, now you see that it's not in the center anymore. You could try to do the main axis alignment, main axis size that minimum. I'm pretty sure this will not work. Yeah, so the reason is, right now we are telling the column is the minimum size and it's in the center, but it doesn't go in the center. The reason is the SingleChildScrollView will start everything from the top because this will be scrollable. All right, so you cannot do it like this. What you can do instead, I will remove the minimum. What you can do instead is you can wrap the entire SingleChildScrollView, refactor, wrap with a center widget. So now everything will be in the center. And if it's too big, for example, if I add another asset, you will see that it's still scrollable. All right, so that's good. I will remove the two assets and that look pretty good. All right, and it's also scrollable now. So let's go inside the next page, Get Started inside the login page. We need to do the same thing. We need to make this scrollable first. So if I restart, this seems to be pretty high up. Get Started. I think this was in the center also. Main axis alignment, that's center. Okay, but the thing is, when you open the keyboard, you see that, when you open the keyboard, can I open it? keyboard. Okay, when you open the keyboard, you have this error. So you need to make this over the body, refactor with a SingleChildScrollView, SingleChildScrollView, and refactor again. So refactor with a, what was it? The center. Yeah. So let's save. Now everything is in the center, but when you start to write, you don't have this error because it's scrollable. All right. So that's pretty good. Another thing we can do is maybe we can remove the sized box. Do we have a sized box over? We can put a size box at the bottom so it will look a little better. So let's put sized box with the height of maybe 50.0, comma at the end, and save. So this look a little bit better already. So that's good. So we have the get started, we have the login, and maybe we could have the register or something like this. Yeah, let's create this right now. So what we can do is in the login page, we can receive the information that we put inside this hero widget. So the login name. So we can say this would be a required, and it will be the, how do we call this? The title. Yeah, let's just call it title. And now we just need to create a final string title, which we can use inside our login page. But we have a problem. We need to say required this.title. Great. So now we have access to title when we send it from the welcome page. And we will just use it inside this. If you remember, when you are inside a stateful widget, you need to say widget.title. Like this. Okay? So that's good. Another thing we can do is go inside the welcome page. And inside this one, we'll send the information. So the title will be for when we click on this button, which is the get started, this will be register. And when we click on the other one, this will be login and save. So let's restart the application. And now when you click get started, you have register and you put your email, password, and login. We could change also this button name. So let's go inside the login page and we can change this one for widget.title. And let's save. Perfect. So now we can register or we can log in. But as you can see, both of them use the same confirmation email, which is just static. It's just the information stuck inside the application. So you will need to use some sort of server later. I will show you how to do all these API stuff and stuff like this. So that's pretty good. We can say login or we can say register. Both of them go to the same place. We have fixed the problem with the size. If we turn the screen, now this looks better. So that's good. That's good. Register. Okay. Register. We need to put the password 123. 123 and 456. And I want to show you another thing because this is pretty annoying to put every time. So in the controller, we will say text, and we will define this as 1 through 3. And we'll do the same thing for this one, text, and it will be 456. So now when you restart the application, every time you restart the app and you go inside get started, you will see that both of them will already be filled. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right? So I can just click register and see if the application works. So right now the application is not working, bottom overflowed by this. Okay? So we need to go inside the welcome page. Is it no, it's a home page. And we need to put this column refactor wrap with a SingleChildScrollView. SingleChildScrollView save. So now this is working. We can scroll and the rest is good. Done. I need to remove this in the profile. If we open, everything is fine. Perfect. So for now, we don't have any errors like this. So I will put back the application like it was. I think it's like this. Perfect. So that's about it for this video. I know this video was kind of boring, but at least you know how to handle things when the screen change and stuff like this. You create some sort of SingleChildScrollView and then you put everything in the center, right? So our applications start to look pretty damn cool. I kind of like it. What we'll need to do though is inside this page, because right now this is pretty ugly. So we will change this in further video. That's about it for this one, and I see you in the next video. Bye. Okay, so we are soon ready to talk about how to save data locally on the phone. You remember this little button? Every time it starts its dark mode, it will be cool to have some sort of logic that saves the data locally about if it's white or dark mode, okay? And we'll do this in pretty soon because we just need to change one thing for the UI, and the thing is in this video. I will show you what it is. When you click Get Started, it goes and use a push, okay? So let's go inside Welcome. You see that this will use a push. The push means that you can come back to the welcome page. But when we go inside the login page, okay, we are using, again, a push replacement. So it will replace, I have created some sort of visual for you. So right now, it goes inside the second page with a push, all right? So this is our application. And then what we do is we say push replacement with the widget 3. And the only thing we do is we replace this with this. But we still have a back image or back page called the welcome page. So when we click register, you see that we still have a back button to go back inside this page, which was the first page, okay? So we will change this and we'll create a logic to take all of this and whatever the number of page previously, we will say delete all of the page and then replace just one. So it will remove, and this first page will be replaced for the thing you want, okay? So let me show you how to do this. Hopefully the little image was useful. And we can go inside the onLogin pressed, okay? So this is when you press in the login page, this button, okay? It's this button. And we will replace this for push and remove until, okay? The push and remove until will require a third thing, which is the Boolean, do we need to stop before, okay? In simple words. So I will say predictable, I will say control space, and I will use route with the arrow. For now, I will just say false, because right now the only thing we will say is I want to delete everything and then replace this page with the welcome, the widget 3, okay? But what we could do is we could say to the code, for example, if the route is equal to the route number 5 or whatever, okay? If you create a condition and it's true, then it will stop before. So by example, if we say, okay, we have a stack of 4 things, and we say if it's page 2, then stop. So instead of doing this, remove everything and replace the page 1 for something, it will stop. I will put everything back. Okay. What it will do instead, it will remove this, and if we say like page 2, it will remove this, and then it will replace this one with the number 4 or something. All right. I hope you get the point. So for now, we'll just say false, and because we say false, it will remove the one that is at the back. Okay. It will remove everything and replace it. Oof, this was complicated to explain. Maybe I could have simplified things, but I hope you understand with the image and stuff like this. Okay, so for now, if we just restart, you will see that when you click Get Started, Register, now you don't have the back button because this is the only page available right now. So we can say Profile, Log Out, and everything seems to work fine. So let's work on this little thing on the next video. This is called Shared Preference, and we will save the data with a package. We will save it locally. That's about it. See you in the next one. Bye. It's now time to learn how to save the data locally on the phone, and we will save it if it's dark or light mode. All right. For this, we will use Shared Preference, and you can go on this website, pub.dev/package/shared preference, and we will take this one. So we'll click on Install, and we take this Shared Preference. I'll copy this, go inside the pubspec.yalm, and add it. Command Shift P, add dependency, shared preference, and you should see it right there. All right. You can add it manually if you want. If you add it manually, just put this, click the little arrow, or run Flutter pub get. Great. So now you should have access to this. I will save the file, close it. And what we need is to use shared preference. But I want to show you something And this something is this little diagram. So we will use shared preference. We will save data using a Boolean. We will retrieve the data using the same Boolean, but we will only retrieve it when we start the application. And then we will use the value notifier to display if it's either dark or light mode. All right. So let's start with the shared preference. How you do this? You go inside README, and if you scroll down a little bit, you should find right there preference set as bool. All right. So you set the value, you put a key to find the value back from the phone, and then you can use also this, the read data. So preference get Boolean, and you put the same key. This will return you the Boolean. All right. So anyway, I can talk all day, all night, but let's do it right now. So first thing first, we need to get the instance, right? So once you have the instance, you can use the pref. So we'll go inside the code, and where do we need this? We need this on the button. So the button is, did I add it inside the PubSec? Yeah, so it's added, that's fine. Inside the widget tree, we have the icon button. And this is where we will put the code. We will say final share preference. We need to import share preference, quick fix, and import share preference. You will see it's this one. And after this, we need to use the await. Await is just a way to say, okay, run this thing, but wait for this to finish before running the next line. All right. So it's just waiting for something. And in order to use await, you need to make the function, this thing, the yellow thing, you need to make this function know that you will wait for something. And in order to do this, you need to write async. Okay, so it's always together, await async. And when you wait for something, you always put the async before the curly bracket. Okay, so now we have access to pref, so we can save the data. We can go back inside Chrome, and we can say await set Boolean. So we will save the value. Okay, and you can see that we are using await again, so the code will wait for this to run before running this thing. And we can use the same async, it doesn't matter. Great, so what will be the key? The key, let's create this one inside the constant, just to make sure. We can create one constant, one class called kConstant, and we open the curly bracket, and this one will be a, what do we call it? A static const, and it will be a string, and it will be key. How do we call this one? The set bool color, or is dark key. That's good. That's perfect. So we will call this one is dark key. Doesn't really matter because it will always use the same thing inside the phone to recover the data. Okay. So anyway, so we will use the kConstant dot is dark key, or it would be better to just put dark key. It would make more sense, or light mode key. Light mode, theme mode key. Theme mode key, and that's a little bit better. Perfect. So we can save, and now we can change this for is theme mode, and we'll set this to the value that we receive. So, which is this value, all right? So I'll copy this, I will paste this, but we need to change the value first. All right, otherwise you will save the old value. So you need to take this and put it right there. So we change the value, and then we save the new value into the phone. So this should already work. Now the only thing we need to do is to retrieve the data. So we say final Boolean this thing, copy this, and we go at the place where the application starts, which is in the main. In the main, we have a stateful widget, which is good because we need to use the init state. So we'll use init state, and in the init state, what I like to do is just put one named function, okay? So I don't want to put a lot of code inside this. I want to see what will init step by step, okay? I want to keep it simple. So for this, I will create a void for now, and it will be setup or init theme mode is equal, or no, is not equal, is a function like this, and now you can just put this inside. You can just say init theme mode. All right, so that's good. Another thing we can do is we can say preference. So because we are using pref again, we need to reuse the init, like this thing, the get instance, I mean. So we'll re-say get instance. We will use the shared preference as a library import, right? The await, we need a async. Now let's save. And now this seems pretty good. So when we retrieve the information, now we will need to retrieve with the same key. So the key was k-constant, the theme mode key. So that's good. We have the repeat, we have the information. Okay. And with this, we can set the value listenable builder, or how does it call this one? Let's go inside the notifier. Is dark mode notifier. So we close this. And then what we can say is dark mode notifier, the value is equal to repeat. And we have a problem. This value can be assigned to the value bool, try changing it. So we'll define a default value, which will be false. Okay, so let's try this. Let's try to figure out if it works. So we have the dark mode. Let's go inside, let's register, and now let's press light mode. Okay, restart the application, and it does not work. So what is the reason? Let's figure this out. So error, unavailable, missing exception, implemented found on channel, Flutter, shared preference. Okay, so I think we need to reset shared preference. So I will start by closing the application. I will Flutter pub get just to make sure everything works. I will rerun the application, cancel. I will save again, verify that we have shared preference. I will go inside this and relaunch the application. Oh, I can't from there. I need to go from main and start. So I will see you in the next video. Hopefully it will work. Otherwise, we'll fix the bug in the next video. That's it. See you in the next one. Bye. Okay, so now when I restart the application, you can see that the light mode is by default, which is great. So if we put dark mode, you will see that it is also working. All right, that is pretty cool because this is getting the information from the phone, saved on the phone, and use this in order to display either the dark or the light mode. Okay, but one mistake, a little mistake you can say, is when I restart the application in light mode, you will see that for half a second, we have the application in dark mode. Okay, it's not a big deal, okay, but I just want to explain you why it happened, and then we will move and work a little bit on the UI just to make it look a little bit better. All right, so let's log out. And the first thing I need to explain you why we have the black screen for half a second. The reason is very simple. The dark notifier value, if we go inside, it by default, it is true. So it is dark by default. And the init state will not wait to complete before running the build. Okay, so how the code will run is it will run the init state, it will run this, and then it will go inside and run all of this. But meanwhile, it is running all of this, it will still build and start building with the value false. Right, this was a lot of words, but let me show you. I will put some breakpoints at some places and you will see what I mean. If we restart the application, you will see that it goes inside the init state first. If we keep going, we go inside the init team mode. Then we go inside the init team mode. But even though we have an await and we will wait for this to retrieve the information before going to the next line, this doesn't mean that it will wait in order to continue and build the application. So this should go, instead of this line, we should go directly into this line. But hopefully, yeah, okay. Imagine if it was not the case, how stupid I will look like. But anyway, so you have this, and now it starts to build, but it doesn't, the dark notifier is not changed yet. So let's keep going. And you will see that after, once we have retrieved the information, then we will change the isDark mode to the good value, the repeat value. So now when you press play, you will see that it's light. All right, so this was a lot of explanation for a little thing. But at least now you understand how init state work and build work a little bit more. Now let's change a little bit the visual. If we go inside the application, we register, a couple of things that we need to change. Okay, first thing first, this page looked pretty cool. I like this visual. This would be interesting to create a button instead. So we click inside and we go inside a page. Then we could create many things like this. Okay, so it look a little bit better, a little bit more full. And then inside the profile, we could create some sort of email, an image and stuff like this, just to make it look better. All right. And while we are doing this, you can pick up how I do it, like how my brain works, so we can copy this and create your own app faster. All right. I'm not sure if this makes sense, but anyway, so we will go inside the home, and first thing first, let's log out instead and change this button. So this button is kind of ugly in the white mode. So if we go in white mode, you will see what I mean. If we log out and we register, you see that this elevated button is kind of weird. This thing is kind of weird also. So let's change both of them. So let's go inside the welcome page. Let's remove this annoying, I think it's this one. No, it's inside the login page. So inside the login page, what we can do is we can remove first the hero widget, like this. Let's see what happens if I do it. Okay, and now we can add a Lottie asset. You remember a while ago, we were talking about the home.json from the Lottie files? Well, I've downloaded because I think it looked cool. So we need to use it now. In the Lottie asset, I will just copy this line and I will paste it right inside the login page. Inside the login page, first we can remove the unused import. And I know it's unused because we can see the yellow color, and now we don't see it. And next, inside the scaffold, we need the column, and we need to put the Lottie file. And now we need to import the Lottie package. So quick fix, import package Lottie, which is this one. And now it's working. But we need to change the welcome for the home, because this was the one I liked. All right, I think it's a little bit better. All right, so the color doesn't really match, but it's not a big deal. So we go inside the register. I will change it maybe for a text button like this one, so it will be like less visible. Or we can use a filled button. I think we will go with the filled button. So filled button, let's save. Now I think this looks better. So you can see right now we have the get started, and both of them goes inside the same login page. What we could do is we could create some sort of page when we get started, just to see an onboarding instead of just going inside the same login page. So in the next video, I think we can do this, or we can do it right now. Let's do it super fast, okay? So what I will do is I will copy the login. Instead, I will create a new page. I will say new page, onboarding.dart. And now let's copy the login page completely. And I will paste it inside the onboarding.dart. Great. Now let's change just the name. Or we can even replace, can we replace this? Yeah, we can replace this for a stateless widget instead. So right click, refactor. I'm not sure if it will work. No, it doesn't work. So we need to remove the overrides. So what you do is you take from the override to the next override, you delete all of this, and then you change this for stateless widget. Okay, so that's good. Now we are missing the controllers, but this doesn't matter because we don't need the text field anymore for this page. We can delete all of them, and we can just replace the widget for title instead, because now we are not using the stateful widget, but the stateless. So the stateless, you just put the same name, title. After this, the onLogin pressed, we can delete this, and we can go inside the onPress function and create some sort of navigation to go inside the login page this time. So let's go inside the welcome page, and I will scroll down. I will copy this navigation.push. So let's take all of this, copy, but instead of going inside the login page, I will go inside the onboarding page. Oh, I think I need to change the name. Yeah, we need to change the name of onboarding.dart for onboarding page. Oops. Oh my god. Onboarding page. Great. Let's change this also for onboarding page. Okay. So we can remove the unused import. And finally, I think we have something pretty good. If we go inside the welcome page, now we can say onboarding page. And the title, we require a title, but I will delete this. I will go inside onboarding page. and I will remove the title required and the final. So we don't need this. We can change this for anything else, by example, default. Just to see what happened in the screen. So when we click login, we go inside the login, which is good. But when we go and get started, we go inside the same page. So let's restart the application to see if it works. Get started. Okay, it's not working. So in the welcome page, let's change something. We have the login. Okay, so I did a mistake. Instead of using it inside this, we need to Control Z, keep the login page because this is the login. We need to change the register instead. Okay, so we need to change this for the onboarding page. Okay, the only thing I'm doing right now is I'm adding a page between the register and this welcome page. Okay, it's the only thing I do. So let's restart and click get started. Now you can see that we have an onboarding page first, which is cool. Okay, we can change this icon for something else. I will do this in the next video. Okay, but for now we can keep it. So we have this and we can just say, I don't know, skip for now. You just get the point of what I mean. So let's go inside the onboarding page, replace the default for next. And now let's save. We can add also some text. Let's remove this for Flutter map is the way to learn Flutter, period. That's it, right? Simple like that. You put some sort of description. You can change the style for maybe a k-text style. The title, maybe we can try. Yeah, okay. Maybe description instead. And let's save. Okay, so something like this. We can also change the alignment, if I remember. Text align. Is it this one? Justify. I think justify is the good one. Yeah, let's try this. So this justify take all the width of the screen, which is pretty good. Okay, so we have Flutter map, get started, login. When you get started, you have this little onboarding screen. You can change all of this if you want. It doesn't really matter. But what matters is when you press the filled button, you need to go inside the navigator.push of the login page. Okay, so quick fix, and then I would say import the library, and I replace this for register. And now let's save. So when we click on next, or we'll restart everything. When we click on next, you see that we go inside the login, the register page, all right? And when we go in the login, we go straight into the login page, okay? These are the same page, it's just the name that changed, okay? So that's about it. We have created an onboarding page, very simple stuff. You can modify this to make it look better because we didn't pass a lot of time on this one. But anyway, this video has been already 10 minutes, which is crazy long. So what we will do in the next video is we will edit a little bit of this thing. And I really want you to understand how I work with Flutter, because this is how you will be able to build your own application or build things by yourself, okay? You have to, yeah, whatever. You understand what I mean? That's it. See you in the next one. Hey, bye-bye. Okay, so for this video, what we'll do is inside this onboarding page, we will just change this for another JSON. So I have downloaded hide.json. It's just a little welcome, so you don't have the same image like twice because it's kind of weird. So let's go inside the onboarding page and change this Lottie asset for hide.json. And the hide.json was just a little welcome like this. I think it's pretty cool. All right, so welcome. Maybe we can put some sort of size between both of them. So let's cut this and put it right there, a size box. So now we have some sort of description and we have the welcome and we can say next. Pretty basics, but that's cool. So let's click on get started. We have the welcome and you say next. I think it's a better transition color-wise. All right, so that's good. We can now, maybe we can put some sort of text or anything, whatever. So that seems good. Another thing we can do is modify this, all right? So we need to add more buttons like this. So I will go inside the welcome page and we can, it's not welcome page. First, I will close all of them, close all tabs so it's more organized. And then we go inside the home page. So let's go home page And inside the home page, what I will do is I will add another container like this one. So this container, let's create a widget, a custom widget for this one. So inside widget, new file, and we will say container widget.dart or something like this. Yeah, it seems good. Container widget.dart and press enter. Okay, so now we can say import m and say stateless widget and call this the container widget.dart, container widget. Just like this. Let's go back inside the home page.dart. And then what we do is we take this entire thing and we cut it. And we say the container widget instead. Container widget. Great. And when you go inside container widget, you replace container for what we just cut, which was this entire thing. We just need to import the k-textile, so quick fix, and import this one. And inside this one, we need to remove the unused import. Great. So if we restart, you will see that nothing really changed. So get started, next, and register. Nothing really changed, but now we have this as a reusable widget. So now we can just go inside container, maybe change something. The title, we can put some sort of arguments. We say required this the title and required this the description. Now we just need to create the finals strings. So strings title and final string description. Great. And one tip I can give you in life is if you like coding and stuff like this, you should highly consider learning how to touch type. All right. It's just like you just write touch typing online, you practice. This is how I'm able to write. I don't write really quick, but it's not bad, you know? If you write and you have to look the keyboard, it's terrible. It will take a lot of time. So it's worth learning. It will take 1 month and that's it. Anyway, so let's put a title. Let's put a description. And now let's save. Let's go inside the home page. Okay. And add the 2 required arguments. Title will be, I forgot what it was, but it was a basic layout. And then the description was this is a description or whatever. All right. So now we have a reusable widget, which is the container widget. We can copy and paste right under to see what happened. The space is a little bit too much. So what we can do is we can go inside the container widget, and what we'll do is we'll change the padding of the container, and we'll do only the top. Okay, so I will say I will replace the symmetrics for only, and I will say top like this, and now it does look better. Let's use the dark mode to see if everything looks fine also. Maybe I can log out and see this home page. This looks really cool. I really like it in dark mode. Anyway, so that's good. Register. And now what we need is, we have 2 of them. Maybe we can add a third one. So let's go inside the home page and add a third one. And 4 and 5. It doesn't really matter. Anyway, I need to show you another widget because you will see this is pretty cool. And another thing, we can see that right now it is going behind. So we should have some sort of padding around the entire thing, but we don't need the padding in the vertical. So let's change this. We have the edge and set all. Exactly. So we will say symmetric instead, and we use the horizontal 20.0. Great. So now you see it look better. Okay, let me put white mode. You can see better. So that's good. Let's talk about the other widget I want to show you, which is the list. Yeah, let's talk about it next time. See you next one. Bye-bye. Okay, so I was not supposed to talk about this one, but I think it's a good moment to talk about it. So let's just do it. One thing you can do with Flutter is you can say list.generate. And this will generate a list of multiple same thing, right? So let me show you what I mean. I will click this. Now what I realize is I need to delete all of these, delete this one, cut it, and now maybe it will work. Generate. Great. So the length is just how many items you want to generate. we will say 5 for now. And the generator, you can delete and control space. You will see that this requires a function which have an index, right? So you'll say this will return the container widget. And you put your semicolon, just make sure everything is the same. And now you can see that we have some sort of error, all right? And the reason is, I will put my comma, the reason is the list that generate is a list of widget, okay? And right now the column is not it does require a list of widget, but not for one widget. So it's like you try to put one widget, and then you try to put 5 widgets in one go. It doesn't work. In order to fix this, you can either say column like this and use children and then replace the list for the list that generate, okay? This could be one way to solve this. So let's cut and paste inside and save. So this will work. So if I restart, you will see that we have 5 items inside the list. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we can put 3, so you see the difference, right? 3 items. That's cool, but the other way you can do it is you can just say 3 dots. And this is a little shortcut with Flutter. If you don't remember, it doesn't really matter, but you can use ... and this will say to Flutter that, okay, I want to add many widgets in one go inside this list. So I want to add a list inside a list, but yeah, my explanation is kind of garbage, but you understand what I mean. So now it does work. You are telling Flutter, I want to add many widgets inside this list. Okay, so it's a shortcut. If you remember, you remember. Otherwise, it doesn't really matter because the column does the job really well. The next thing you can do is we could create some sort of value that will have basic layout and other stuff. So let's go inside the constant. We can create another class, and this one will be k, I don't know, k value, or yeah, k value is equal to, or let's open the bracket. Oops, let's open the bracket. Can I open it? Come on. All right, perfect. So k value. The next thing you need to do is static. I completely forget what was the purpose. So let's go back inside home.page. And yeah, the goal is to write some text. So basic layout will be the first one. Static, const, string, and basic layout. Basic layout is equal to basic layout. So you get the point of what I'm doing right now. I will do just 3 of them, or maybe 4. Let's do 4. And I will just say what we have learned inside this course. Maybe we could do that. So let's say, by example, basic layout, and then let's say clean UI, and then let's say fix bug, and stuff like this. Stuff like this. And then we can say key concepts, and replace all of them. Key concepts, and then clean. Oh my god, it's terrible. Clean UI. And the last one, fix bugs. All right. That seems good. Enough is enough. So let's go back inside the home page and we can use these values instead. So you should do this for every data that you have. You should put all of them, like Flutter map, basic layout, this is a description. You should put all of them inside a file, constant, or something like this. It's not good to put random magic word and random magic number inside the code. But just because we are in a teaching style, I just want to go fast and don't waste your time. So that's about it. Anyway, so let's go and remove this, and we'll say k value, if I remember, and it was, anyway, k concept. Okay, what we will do at this point is we will create a list. I will say list. We can even create it inside. It doesn't really matter. So I can say a list of strings. List of strings. Oof, I have difficulty with the keyboard right now. So list of string. And this will be called just a simple list. Let's create this list. And inside we will just put all the constants. So it was k value.keyConcept. Then k value dot, let's use all of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, replace, boom, clean UI, and then fix bug, and then basic layout. okay? And we can use the list. Instead of using 3, we will say list.length. And now we will have 4 items. But we need to change the name also for the name that is inside the list. And you do this by using, instead of writing this, you will say list.element at, and you put the index from the list.generate. And this will automatically target the 1, 2, 3, 4 and display the value. So that's about it. You could create some sort of button. You could wrap this with a gesture detector if you would like, in order to make it clickable and go in another page. But for this course, we will not touch these things anymore, I think, because it's all redundant. It's always the same thing. You have learned what it needs, right? So what we'll do instead is we will work on this one. We will create a gesture detector for this little button, the hero button, because we need to at least use the hero button, otherwise it's completely useless. So let's go inside the hero widget. We will change this for a gesture detector. So over the stack, refactor, gesture detector, wrap with a widget, gesture detector. Great. And now I will say on tap, and on tap will trigger a function, and the function will navigate into another page. So which page are we navigating to? It would be, we can say, let's create something new. I will say this dot, yeah, we can do it inside this video. We are at 7 minutes, 3 minutes left. Let's do it fast. So this dot next page. Okay, and I don't put required because this value will be able to be null if needed. So I would say this will be, for now I'll just say string, but I'm pretty sure it will not be a string. I think it will be a widget. So widget next page, like this. Okay, and now we need to tell Flutter that this can be null. And because it can be, oh, I need to change this for the comma. And because this can be null now, then it works. We are not required to put the information because if we don't put it, it will be null, right? So the next thing we need to do is to navigate. We don't want to, we don't really want to rewrite everything. Navigation, blah, 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 is super boring. So what I like to do is just copy one from the welcome. Work fast, not order. So copy this, and then you just replace this, save. And now the login page, what we'll do is we will return the next page, like this. But the thing is, we need to make this available only if we have a next page value, right? So what we can say is, we can say if the next page, if the next page is equal to, is not equal to null, is not equal to null, question mark. If it's not equal to null, then do the function. Otherwise, do nothing, null. Okay, so this, since we know that this will not be null, we can say that I'm sure that this will not be null, and it will work. So great, now we are able to use this as a button. Let's just do it in 1 minute. So when we click on it, what we want is, let's go inside the home page. We are using the hero widget, and we can replace and we can put the argument next page and create a page. For now, what we could do is we could just go inside the onboarding page and just save. So when you click on it, you go in the onboarding page. But that is not the best way to do it. So instead, what I will do is I will just copy a new page. I will say new page. I will say course.dart, course page.dart, like this. I will import material. And then what we can do is we can just copy a page. I will copy the home page. So I go in home page, copy all of this, Control C, go in the course page, copy all of this. Okay, so now we can remove a couple of things. The list will not be useful anymore. Then the list generate useless. We can delete this. The hero widget, we can remove the next page. So we just see the top of the widget. We just see the hero widget. And we delete all of this. Let's save, replace the name for course page. This video is very long, sorry for that. And now, this seems pretty good. So we can say this is a course instead and save. Let's delete this home page. In the home page, what we'll do is instead we will redirect to the course page. So now inside this course page, we should have the hero widget, but with the text course. So if I click on it, it does work. But we have one problem, and is that we don't have any scaffold. Okay, so inside the first we remove the unusable import. Let's delete this. And next, let's go inside which widget are we? Course page. And we can wrap all of this inside a simple scaffold. So cut, scaffold, AppBar, AppBar empty. The only reason I do this is to have the back button, body, and we paste the body, save. Now you can see that we have the back button. And when we click on it, you see the little animation. This widget doesn't move and doesn't even move. And I think it's pretty cool. It's because of the hero widget. All right. So that's good. What we can do next is let's use the dark mode to see if this looks cool. I can click on it. Pretty cool. And yeah, that's pretty much about it. In the further video, we will be able to work a little bit on the profile page. But I think for now, this is pretty good. I hope you like this so far. And I see you in the next video. You will see this one is damn pretty cool. That's it. See you in the next one. Bye. Okay, so I told you I will show you something pretty cool. And this thing is how to change your Flutter app icon. Okay, because currently it's the Flutter logo, but we would like to have our own logo. So for this, what you will need to do is you will go on pub.dev and you will search for Flutter Launcher icon. First thing first, let's go in installing, and I will take this dependency and add it inside my code. So I will say Command Shift P, add dependency, and then you will paste it and press enter. Okay, so you will see it will appear right there in a while. So we'll save again. Let's save. It didn't work, so let's try again. Add dependency, paste, and press enter. So this should be inside. Perfect. So we have the Flutter Launcher icon. If you don't have the add dependency, you can just write the Flutter Launcher icon as usual. Next, you will run flutter pub-get just to update the file and everything. So let's go back inside the code. And now the next thing you need to do is go inside README. And in README, you can scroll down and you will see that you have two options. You can either set up with a config file, which I prefer this one because it's faster. But if it doesn't work for you, you can either use this. So you will be able to put all of these information inside your pubspec.yum. So this file, right? But we'll generate the thing inside this video because it's cooler and faster. So run the following command to create new config. So I will just say copy and boom, we go inside the terminal. And where is the terminal? We can delete everything. Oh no, this is, okay. So we have the terminal and now I can paste dart run flutter launcher icon generate. So when we press enter, you should see that now you have this file, the flutter launcher icon.yum. Okay, but if it doesn't work for you, you can just enter all the information in the pubspec.yum like I told you. All right. So let's modify this thing. First thing first, macOS, Windows, and all this stuff. We don't need this. I will delete. Okay. If you need them, keep them. But for now, we'll just use Android and iOS. Okay. If you want, you can create an image path Android and an image path iOS. But for now, what we'll do is we'll just keep one image. So we keep it simple. The image won't be inside this file. Instead, it will be inside image and it will be, let's add it right now. It will be logo.png, this one. Okay, I add it inside my project. And now, again, you just have to remember that if you create another file, you will need to go inside your pubspec.yum to add one, okay? This is working because we already have the asset image. Just keep this in mind. After this, inside the Flutter Launcher icon, what we'll do is we will change the path and it will be image and then it will be logo.png. Great. So for the rest, we can keep everything, remove alpha channel. This is mandatory. You will see later. It's because iOS doesn't have any transparent logo. You can see there is no transparent logo and this one is transparent. So it will automatically fill the transparency. Okay, so that's good. Next, we will save this file, Control S. We can close it, and then we can go inside the Flutter. We can go inside the terminal actually. We will go back inside the website. If I'm able to find it, perfect. And what we will do next is you will run Flutter pub-get and Dart run Flutter launcher icon. So let's copy this, go inside the terminal and paste and press enter. Great, so this will resolve everything. Flutter pub-get, launcher icon, create default icon, warning. You can see the warning, icon with alpha channel are not allowed in Apple Store. So that's why we have the, if we go back inside Flutter launcher icon, that's why we have this thing, remove alpha channel, true. Okay, so that's good. Everything seems pretty good. So what we'll do is, currently my application is closed. So I can close this also. My application is closed. So I don't have the application running in the background of the phone. So is it? So I will kill it if it was running. But anyway, we will relaunch the application, because if you keep the application launched and you do all of this and then nothing happened, it's because you have to close the application and relaunch it, okay? So I will say, I will go inside main.dart and I will click this little thing, boom, and I'm launching the application, okay? So if you go back inside the Flutter launcher icon, meanwhile, I want to show you a couple of things. So first thing first, the minimum Android, the minimum SDK Android, this is inside, if by example, you need to have this information and what it is inside your project, you can go inside Android and then Gradle, and then it is build Gradle. Is it this one? Is it build Gradle? Gradle. No, it's inside app and build Gradle. This one, because there is two build Gradle. There is one inside app and there is another one. So let's go inside app build Gradle, and you can see that we have the minimum SDK. And if you want, you could change this for 21 or something else. Okay, if later inside your Flutter journey, you are required to do this, at least you will know where it is. Great, so that's good. Now let's close this and see our application. And now you can see that we have the Flutter launcher icon. That is pretty cool. But what we'll do, anyway, it's for the next video. That's it, see you in the next one, bye. Alright, so let's talk about how to create a circle avatar inside your app. And also what we'll do is we'll change the UI. Let's change the UI first, because there's a couple of things that is pretty ugly. So by example, the space between each item is pretty big and this is pretty small. So let's fix things, and then I will show you the circle avatar, which is a pretty cool widget. So what we'll do first thing first is, you see how this little image is going straight into the app bar when we scroll, as soon as we scroll. So it's really so close. So what we need to do is create some sort of space between both of them. We'll go inside the home page, and inside this one, we have the hero widget, which will add a sized box over. And maybe you wonder, okay, but why don't I use the padding for this? So let's use it. If we put a vertical padding of 10.0, right? What will happen? When I scroll, you can see that we have some sort of, it's called a padding, but it's like a black bar, so it's kind of weird. And it does the same thing with the bottom. You can see right there, and we don't want this. So what we'll do instead is we won't use the padding, because the padding reduces the available space. Instead of using the padding, we'll remove this, and I will save. We'll use a sized box. So over the hero widget, we'll say sized box, height of maybe 10.0, and let's put all the commas like this and save. Great. So this is already better. When we start to scroll, we don't have the image right into the app bar. Okay. The next thing we need to do is to reduce the space between each item, and we can do this inside the container widget. So I will press Command and I will click this. So you can press on Mac, on Windows, you can press Control and click. Next, we will go inside the padding, so the container padding, and instead of using vertical, I think it was 20. Is it 20? Padding, okay, sorry, it's this one. So instead of using 10, we will use 5. Okay, this is the 20. All right, perfect. And now we will use 5, so this will be already better. Next, what we can do is we can go back inside the home page, and we will add a little padding right there, because right now the space between both of them is not really the space between the image and the first one. So we will add another sized box right under and save. And this look already better. Maybe what we can do, I will restart the application just to see if everything is fine. Let's go inside, register, that's good. But I think it's still a little bit too much. So instead I will use 5. I will go inside the container widget. And what I will do is, for the vertical, let's put 0 and save. Let's see what happens. So when we put 0, you can see that we have the cart, which creates some sort of automatic padding. So the cart have a padding by default. So that's why what we'll do is, maybe we can just say padding inside the cart. So elevation, margin, surface thin, ship, margin. Let's use margin, edge and sets dot 0. Let's try this. Sorry. And now you can see that all of them are now closed, are very close to the other. So you can, if you want, change this because the card will automatically create some sort of padding of margin. All right. So what we'll do is I will remove this. I will just put 2.0 and save. And right now with this, it looked pretty much better of what it was previously. All right. So we have this. Next, we need to go inside the profile widget. And what we'll do is we will add a circle avatar, like I told you at the beginning of the video, inside the profile page.dart, and we use inside the children circle avatar. And now let's put the comma and save. This is the circle avatar. You can change the size by saying radius and maybe 50.0, and you can change what is inside. So we'll say background image. And you probably think like, okay, I need to say image.assets and then write the path. You are right, but with the circle avatar, there is something a little bit weird that I will show you after. So instead of, we will put the path first. So I will say assets/image/ I will use this image, the background.jpg, okay? Because I want to show you how the circle avatar will automatically put this image as a circle. So the background image, we use this and we say bg.jpg. Great, but now we have a problem. We have this thing saying blah, 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 we can't use this thing. Instead, we will need to use the reverse. I know it's pretty weird, but you will have to just remember somehow. So it's asset image, but you will use this widget pretty much only inside the circle avatar. So that's it. So when we save, now we have our circle avatar. So this could be your profile image or something like this. All right. So that's pretty good. Maybe you could write some sort of, you could create more stuff to make your application look better, but all of this is all redundant. So it will be always the same thing. So I don't need to show you again and again and again, because this will just waste your time. All right. So for now, we have talked about pretty much everything inside the package section, and I will see you in the next module. But the next module, I will say nothing, but the next module is pretty cool. So see you in the next one. Bye. Okay, so you will see this module is really cool, okay? We will talk, first, we will talk about the fractionally sized box, but in the next video, we will talk about the layout builder. And this is where you will see that it's going from beginner to advanced stuff, okay? What is the layout builder? First thing first, the layout builder that we will use in the next video is just a widget that allows you to have the information about the width and the height of the screen. And by having this information, you are able to, by example, I opened an iPad. I opened the entire project on an iPad. And you can see that this looked pretty stretched out and it looks super weird. So what we will do later is we will say if the screen is bigger than X amount, then I want to change the visual. And for this, you can use the layout builder. But before I show you the layout builder, I need to show you another widget. And it's called the fractionally sized box. The fractionally sized box, what we'll do is we'll go inside the login page, which is this page, and we will need to make it look better. Because on an iPad, it looked really strange. So for this, you can go and wrap the entire column. We'll say refactor, and I will use wrap with widget. We'll say fractionally sized box. So the fractionally sized box have some sort of width factor. And the width factor, if I say 0.3, this will take only 30% of the screen for the width. All right, you get it? And if we put maybe 70, this will take 70% of the screen. So let's put 50% and now it looks just better, okay? We could do this for all the other widgets, but it's just, you understand the point, and if you understand the point, that's good, all right? So we don't need to waste time doing the same thing 500 times. So that's good, but in the next video, I want to show you how you can create this more responsive, like more a responsive app, which let's jump into the next video and not waste time. That's it. See you in the next one. Bye. Okay, so in the previous video, I've tried to explain to you at the end something, but it's just sometimes simpler to just show instead of telling. And this is what we'll do. We'll use the layout builder and you will understand right away. Let's wrap the entire fractionally sized box with the layout builder. So because the layout builder is a weird widget, it won't work with the refactor blah, blah, blah. So I will cut the entire fractionally sized box. So from there till this thing, I cut all of this, okay? Cut, and then I use the layout builder. Great. So the builder will be the context constraints, which will return what we had previously. Oops, sorry for that. So it will return what we had previously. So I will just paste back what we had, put the semicolon, and save. Okay, so you can see that right now we have the layout builder and we have the fractionally sized box, and this is the builder. Okay, next what we'll do is we have access to these constraints. You can define the type if you want, so it look more like professional somehow. And you can use the constraints in order to say if you want to split the size of the screen by 50% or not. And you can say constraints dot max width. And if the screen is bigger, if the screen is bigger than 500, then it will be 50% of the screen for the width. Otherwise, it will be 100%. It will be the entire screen and it will act normally. So let's save. And now, because the screen is bigger than 500, let's find out what is the size of the screen. I will add a red point. I will restart. And now, if we go inside, next, you can see that the width of the screen currently it's 992. Okay, so we will say now if the screen is bigger than 1000, which is false, so this should go inside 1 and it should act normally. So if I restart the application, you see that now this is going to act normally. So if the screen is bigger than 1000, then it will act as 50%, otherwise it will be 1. But this doesn't make sense right now, so we will put back this to maybe 500, and we will see later if it makes sense with the iPhone. So we can, what I will do behind the scene is I will close this thing and I will reopen the iPhone so you don't have to just watch me doing it. That's about it, and I see you in the next video. Bye. Okay, so the layout builder is a pretty cool widget, but do you really need to use this inside every application you create? Not really, because this is more if you want to create an iPad and an iPhone application. That will work for both of them. But usually you just want to start with Android and iPhone, so you don't really need to use the layout builder. But what if you need to have the size of the screen? You can do this without using the layout builder. And it's a little bit faster. So, okay, a lot of words, but not a lot of code. So let's code right now. MediaQuery dot of context. So of context dot size dot width. Okay, and this, what it is a double. So you can say double width screen, for example, is equal to MediaQuery, blah, 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 blah. So this will give you the information of the width of the screen. You can put height if you want, but for now we need the width. So we can just use this and put it inside instead of this, instead of using the constraint max width. Okay, we can just put this and it will do just the same thing. So you have still the screen of the width, but yeah, that's pretty much it. But the thing is, why do I show you two things? Usually I like to just show you the best practices so you don't have to like learn a lot of things for nothing. But for now, this, you kind of need to learn both of them. The layout builder will be more useful if you want to create some sort of iPad and iPhone application. But if you just need to have the information about the width of the screen, then you can use just the MediaQuery. So that's about it. I wanted to show you both ways to do it because these are pretty interesting. That's about it. See you in the next one. Bye. Okay, so this one might blow your mind, and it's pretty cool. So you can see how currently the application, when we go inside, this thing is pretty big, and it doesn't really look good. Okay, so when we go inside, it's still the same thing, but it's weird. Maybe it would be better if the height of the thing will be smaller. So for this, we can use an aspect ratio. The aspect ratio will create some sort of, by example, a resolution. You know, when we go a video online is usually this resolution, 1920 by 1080. Okay, screen size, whatever. You understand what I mean? So you can use an aspect ratio and give it this information in order to display the size of this thing. And this is what we'll do. So we'll remove this and we will go inside the homepage. In the homepage, we have the hero widget. So let's go inside the hero widget. And inside this one, we should have the image. So we have the image, the ClipRRect. We will do it over the ClipRRect. So let's refactor, and wrap with a widget, which will be the aspect ratio. Great. The aspect ratio will require the aspect ratio, and this thing, you can give it exactly that. So it can be 1920 by 1080. So let's do this. 1920, but you will need to divide by 1080. So now if we save, you will see that this is really like a basic screen 1920 by 1080. It's the same like format, okay? So next, what we need to do is inside the image asset, we'll say FittBox fit.cover and save. So now you can see that this is now an aspect ratio of 1920 divided by 1080. But you can use something else. Maybe you can put 2 and save. What will happen if you put 2? 2 just mean that for each height, it will be the double for the width. So by example, if I say 0.5, you will see that it will be completely the invert. Now we have we need 2 width in order to be the same size of the height. So this is how you can use the aspect ratio. I will put back the 1920 divided by 1080 because I think it's pretty cool just to use this and be able to display a widget that will mimic a screen resolution. I think it's just cool. And I wanted to show you this. So you can click on it and you can see that both widgets will now have this aspect ratio. A pretty cool widget to know in order to create some sort of responsive layout. That's it for this one, and I see you in the next video. Bye-bye. Okay, so let's talk about the expanded and flexible widget. These are pretty cool. So let's first go inside the setting page. We will need to create another page so I am able to show you pretty much everything about these widgets. Okay, so in the setting page, we have some elevated button, some fill button. We will change one of them and navigate into another page. So I will say show flexible and expanded and save. Okay, so when we will click on this button, it will go to another page. And we can do this with a navigator. Do we have one available? Maybe in the welcome page. Yeah, we can use this thing. We'll copy this navigator and close and go in the setting page, paste the navigator inside the button we created, save, and we'll go inside another page. So let's create another page and we'll call this the expanded flexible test.dart and enter. Great. So now we can import material and say stateless widget, and it will be expanded flexible test. Great. So we should instead say page. It will make more sense to reuse always the same logic because each page have the page at the end, so it will make more sense. And I will change this also by saying page. Great. So now we can use a scaffold widget. And yeah, that's about it. We will use an AppBar, and then a body column like this. And now let's save. Okay, so now we can navigate inside the expanded flexible page. And I will remove this login page. I am inside the setting. I just jump into the setting and I will say expanded flexible page. Great. So now when we click on show flexible and expanded, we are inside this page. That's good. Now I can show you how to use the expanded and the flexible. So inside the column, we will say children, and inside this one I will say expanded. Inside the expanded, we will use a container. In the container, we'll have the colors.teal. Let's use teal for now, and let's save. Okay, so the expanded will take as much place as possible. That's the only goal of the expanded, and because we are inside a column, the expanded will take as much place as possible vertically, all right? But if you were inside a row, it will take as much place horizontally. You have to take this in consideration, and also remember that when you use flexible and expanded, you need to use them inside either a column or a row, usually, okay? Otherwise, it can create some sort of bugs. So that's good. What I want to show you next is inside a column, what you could do is you could create another expanded and call this one orange. So now let's save. Both of them will take as much place as possible, but they will share the space. If you don't want to share the space, you can tell that you can say that the flex of this expanded is twice as big. So it will take twice the space of the teal one. And you can see on the screen right now. Next, if by example you say flex 4, this one will take twice the space as this one because it's 2 times bigger. So let's save, it will do just the reverse. That's good. Now let's remove the flex. I want to show you other stuff. So this was how to create the expanded, but let's remove them and let's use a row instead, okay? Inside the column, I will use a row and I will say children, and I will say I can just copy what I had previously, copy and vroom, boom, 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 row, and I will just paste them like this, okay? Now we have an expanded inside a row. But the thing is, we don't see them, and the reason is the expanded will take as much space as possible, but within the parent. So the parent is a row, so it will take as much place as possible horizontally. But vertically, nothing really happens. So in order to show something, you will need to put a height, and the height, let's put 20.0 for both of them, like this. And now you can see that the flexible is working. Once again, and it takes as much place as possible, and it shares the space. It does the same thing. Okay, that's good. Now let's do something else. The something else is we will use a flexible widget. So flexible widget. The flexible will do the same thing. So you can see that it will share the space with the expanded, like it does, but the flexible have something different, and it will automatically shrink the child widget. So if we go inside the container, right now we don't have any child in the container, but if we put a child with a text saying hello and save, and put both of them, both child hello, you see that the expanded will still show the entire thing, but the flexible for the orange color, it will stop right away for the child. But if the child go bigger, like this, and save, it will take all the space, okay? This is the difference between the flexible and expanded. They are pretty similar, but sometimes you will see some difference. You will have to practice with them in order to really understand them, but I want to show you a little bit more examples. So if we take another row, I will copy this one and paste it right under. If we take another row and we change the order, let's put the flexible first and the expanded after. So I'll cut this one and paste it right before and save. Okay, I will also add a divider so you can see better. Divider, like this, and save. Okay, so what happened in this case? In this case, you can see that the second expanded, even though it's sharing the space with the flexible, the second expanded will go straight next to the first flexible. And all the available space right there is kind of used by the flexible widget, this one, the flexible widget, okay? So I know this is weird, but what if you put in the flexible, you say, I want this to be the flex, I want it to be 4 times bigger than the expanded. You will see that the expanded will shrink. If I save, now the expanded is smaller because all the empty space is like kind of used by the flexible. Even though we don't see it, it's kind of used anyway. So this is how you use the flexible and the expanded within column and rows. Just keep in mind, when you use them, try to use them inside a row and a column. And keep in mind that when you use expanded or flexible, it will go to the same direction of the parent widget. If it's a row, it will go horizontal. And if it's a column, it will go vertical. One last thing I need to show you is what will happen if you wrap the column refactor with a SizedBox widget. So not a SizedBox, but SingleChildScrollView. So now if I save, you see that in the code, we don't have any bugs. But what if I put an expanded widget inside this? So expanded widget, and the child, let's put the same thing. So I will just copy this expanded, copy, and paste. Perfect. So now you will see that this creates an error. And the reason is the expanded will take as much place as possible vertically because it's inside a column, but we are inside a single child scroll view, which means this is infinite. So yes, this will create a bug. All right. So you need to be careful when you use expanded and flexible widget because this can create bugs inside your application. All right. So that's about it. If you want, you can keep the page. It's up to you. It doesn't really matter. So we will keep it for now. And I see you in the next one. Bye. In this module, what we'll do is we'll talk about networking. So networking is used in order to get data from the internet and display inside your phone. So by example, you get the data from an API and you display this inside the phone. What we'll do is we'll really go step by step, okay? Because I don't want to create a 35-minute video. I want to create little videos that are easy to understand and digestible, okay? So I just need to explain you first inside this video what we will do, okay? The big picture, and then each video will do one little step. So the first thing is we will use the board API.appbarely.com, okay? You can use any other API if you want. It doesn't really matter, but we'll just use this one because it's pretty simple, right? Simple stuff. After this, you will need to go on HTTP. It's not this website. It's doc.flutter.dev cookbook networking fetch data. Okay, you will be able to find this page. And next, you need to use some sort of assistant AI if you want. If you don't like this, don't use it. But I highly recommend you to use this because otherwise you will be lost in the sauce later in your life. Anyway, so first thing first, we will need to put the HTTP package inside our application. So we will do this for this video at least. What you can do is inside this page, you will be able to find the HTTP package. So you can open the link in a new tab. And this is just the simple HTTP package provided by pub.dev. So let's install this inside the pubspec.yum. We'll go inside pubspec.yum and I will say Command-Shift-P, add dependency, and then boom, HTTP. And you should have something like this inside your pubspec.yum. After this, we will save and we will Flutter pubget, just like that. And now you should be able to use the HTTP package inside your Flutter app. And this is what we'll do inside the next video. So I see you in the next one. Bye. Before we start with the HTTP package, I need to tell you something And it's inside the fetch data. If you scroll down, you will see that you need to use permission sometime, okay? The application with Android, you will need to add the permission if you want to release in production. If you are developing or debugging, it will be fine. The internet and the API will all works. But if you are publishing on the App Store, then you will need to add this, all right? So I will show you where to add this, and it's only for Android and Mac OS. So if you deploy on Mac, then you will need to do this also. But for iOS, it's fine. So let's add this inside the Android manifest. So where is this file? First, you will need to go inside your project. You can minimize everything, and you will find inside Android, you should be able to find inside application and inside source and inside main, Android manifest. So you double click on this, and this is where you need to add the used permission if you are deploying on a production, okay? So I will copy this, and I will paste it just before the application, like this, boom. And you just make sure that is aligned with application. So in my case, it is not, so I will do this, and now everything is fine. If you don't remember how to add it, you can always go inside the Java, I think. Is it Java or, debug, inside Android manifest. You will see that this debug Android manifest already have the use permission internet. So it's the same thing, we just add it inside the production one. All right, so that's good. We can close both manifest and we can start building our HTTP request. So we have added the installing in the previous video. I've shown you how to add the HTTP inside your dependencies. Now let's use it. Let's go inside example, and inside example, we will find just this little code, and we will add this code inside our project. We will go inside our application. I will close the popspec.yaml and open, minimize everything, open inside the pages. So inside view pages, we should have course.page, course-page.dart. Let's use this, and inside this one, we'll modify the stateless refactor, and we'll use a stateful widget like this. The reason we need to do this is because we will use a init state. If you remember, the init state will trigger as soon as the page starts, it will trigger this, and then it will start building the page. So we need to get the information, get data at this point. So we'll create a function getData, void getData, like this. And then we can open the bracket and put some code inside. So now we will be able to see the response from the API inside the terminal. That's the goal at the end of this video. After this, we will work towards an application where you will see inside the application. But for now, let's keep it simple. So what do we need to do? First thing first, we can actually just copy this entire thing, and we will just copy this instead. So let's copy this and go back inside the code. Let's paste this, and now let's remove the useless comments, and that seems pretty good. Okay, the next thing we need to do is we need to change the URL because we will use the board API documentation. So this is the website. Let's copy the website URL. And again, if you are using another API, which is a good idea because this is how you really learn, it's by like modifying the things we do and just try to do other stuff. Anyway, I'm going out of topic. Let's just copy this and paste it inside this little link. Okay, so you don't need to put HTTP with the URE.https. So we will delete this because this will automatically add it inside. Okay, so if you go over, you will see that if you put an example, the URE will return HTTP and everything. So this will end all this stuff. After this, you will need to remove the random, the path. So we will remove this and paste it right there. Because if you go over HTTP, you will see that you require the authority, which is the website, boardapi.appbarely.com, and you need the unencoded path, which is the random. Okay. Next, if you go over, you will see that you can put some query parameters. These are some parameters. By example, you know, when you go on some website, I don't know if we will have some example. No, not right now, but sometimes you go on a website and you have some sort of a question mark and blah, 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 some query. This is where you can use them. Okay, that's the goal. So we will delete them because we don't need it right now. And after this, you see that we have an await. What we do when we have an await, we create an async in order to tell Flutter that we can use an await. After this, we have the HTTP, so we need to add the package. If we go back inside the documentation, you will see that we need to, inside this one, the example, you see that we need to add the convert and the HTTP. So let's take both of them, copy, and paste the import inside our course page. So you can see that we have two import. And we use the as convert and also the as HTTP. This just means that in order to use it, you will need to say http.get. Let me give you an example. If I change this for HTTP HGT, I will need to change this one also for HTTP HGHDHD. You get the point. Okay, let's put back the HTTP. And now let's keep going. So we have this information. Now what the code is doing is the response will say, I will wait for the information from the internet. So it will get the information from this URI, which is this information. This should return some sort of information like this. And after this, we say if the response status is a code 200, which means it was successful, then what we'll do is we'll say the JSON response is equal to all of this. And all of this just means that we will use the response body, which is this information, and we will convert it into a JSON response, which we can use in order to display the information. I know this is a lot of words, but you will understand once we play with it. So let's first thing first, just run the code. I think if we run the code and go inside the terminal, everything should already work. First, we need to change the JSON response for the item activity, by example. So I will just replace this for activity, and this should return a simple activity. Let's go inside the application. I will go navigate, next, and click on this. So if we go inside the terminal, you see that now we have a return number of book about HTTP null. Okay, so the item count, let's just verify activity. If I have activity, okay, that's good. We have the information, random, print number of book. I will delete this and just print the item count like this. Okay, and let's try again just to see if we have some sort of value. Get started, next, and we click on it. And now you see that we have clean out your refrigerator. And this information is coming from the internet. And we get this information and we are able to use it inside our application. I just think this is incredible and fabulous to know that, whatever, I'm going out of topic, but I just think it's so cool to know how to do these things. Anyway, so that's about it for this video. As for now, what we have done is we have copied the code, but later in future video, we will modify everything. You will be able to understand how it works, and we will be able to display this information inside the visual of the application. If you already have an idea how to do this, try to do it by yourself. Otherwise, in the next video, I will show you everything step by step. So that's it. See you in the next one, and bye. In the previous video, I've talked really fast about what does the code mean. And I want to explain you a little bit more how it works. First thing first, the convert.json decode. Okay, what does the convert mean? It's just because we use a as for the import. So you need to use convert in order to use the import. But if you want, you can just remove this and it will do just the same. Okay, so right now, because I have used the API like more than 100 times, I should be declined at this moment, but later inside this course, we will be able to reuse it, okay? So let's just refresh the application and see get started, next, and say register, click on it, and now we have it, okay? So I'm still not declined, but later, if you see some sort of code like 400 something, it's because you have used the API too much time in 15 minutes. Okay, so for now this has reset, so that's a great thing. So first thing first, we have removed this and we don't really need it. The reason we need to use a as sometime is because two package or two import will be in conflict one with each other. So if two of them have the same function, it will enter in conflict. So that's why you need to use this. But for now, we can keep it like this. The next thing I want to talk about is the JSON decode. Like, why do we need to use this actually? And the reason is, if we don't use the JSON decode, the response.body is just a big string. So it will be a long string with all the information inside. But everything split with some sort of maps. So that is the reason we need to use this. Otherwise, it won't work. So we can try, and I can give you an example. If I try to print another thing, instead I will use the log for this one. So log developer, make sure that you use the Dart developer. The log is the same thing as the print, but it will print in orange instead. So we will see the difference. So instead of printing the item count, so which we should call this activity just to make a little bit more sense. If we try to print the JSON response dot body like this, you will see that this is a string. So yeah, we will try it right now. Get started, click on it, and click register. Oh, I need to add a little something also. We will say body, but we will add this thing also. If I add this, you will see right away that we cannot do this because it's a string. The body is a string, all right? So let's remove this and click on it. Now you can see that this is what is print. This is an entire string, so we need to convert this information into a map of string and dynamic. So we need to convert this into a map. That's why we use the JSON decode. And the JSON decode is only available because we use the import Dart convert. All right, so now you understand a little bit more. After this, I don't think we need to talk a little bit more about this because, yeah, that's pretty much all we need to talk about. Yeah, you understand this line and all those lines. If anything, just put a comment inside the video and that's it. So I see you in the next video. Bye. For this video, what we will do is we will start to convert this information into something that we can use inside the phone and display right there. All right. So for this, we will go inside the internet and we will follow this little tutorial together step by step, but we will use instead the board API documentation. So let's go down and you should be able to find this section, create a class album. So instead of creating this class, and what I will do is that I will just copy this. I will go inside ChatGPT and I will just say, you can use any personal AI, it doesn't really matter. It's just super fast. So I will say, use this class as reference for the next prompt. Okay, like this and boom. So the next thing will be to put this information inside, and I will just say to GPT, I will say use this to create a class, and boom, like this. Just by doing this, Dart, not Dart, but GPT or any AI assistants will convert everything and will make it look just like what we had previously. So factory, everything should be the same thing. Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing, but with what we want. So we can copy the code and we can create a new class. So we'll go inside data, and inside data, we can say new file. Let's call this one activity class.dart, or even we can create a folder for this. It will make more sense because if you have more classes inside your code, you will need a folder for this. So activity inside the class and move. Perfect. Now we can paste the activity inside and we have all the code that we need, which is pretty cool. And let me explain quickly the code. Is just a simple class. You put the information inside by using the from JSON, and you just put the JSON inside. This will convert everything and create an activity. It will return an activity, and if there is an error, it will throw a format exception error. Okay, simple stuff. So we can go inside the course page, and now we can use this. So let's go back inside the tutorial. The next thing they tell us to do is to use the HTTP response. So we are doing this already. So await, get this information, that's good. But now we need to say return album from JSON, blah, blah, blah. So we'll copy this, and we will change what we have currently, all of this. We will change this. So maybe we can use the 200 or just paste this. It doesn't really matter for now. I will delete this, I will delete this, and we will need to modify a couple of things. So album is not a class that we have created. Instead, it is called the activity. I will use the activity class, so I can say activity, and this will import the package automatically. You will see at the top, we have the package where it is activity class. We can delete the log package, which is the developer. We don't use it anymore. And now we have one error, and the error is probably because we don't return anything. Yeah, the void is not expected to return anything. So what we can do instead is we can store this information inside the page. We can do this by creating another variable. We can say activity, just like that. And boom. And you can see that the activity can't be null. So what we'll do is we'll say this will be a late value. Okay? A late value just means that later we will set this value, so it's okay if it's null for now. So we will set this activity value. Activity is equal to this. Great. So now we have access to this activity, and the next goal, so let me prove it to you first. I will say print activity dot activity, because it's activity is the class, and activity is this little thing, this thing. Okay, so this should return one activity. Let's do this. I will restart the application, go inside the course, and click on it. And now if we open the terminal, you see play a game of Monopoly. So everything still works, but we are using a class instead. So now we have access to an activity which we can use inside our application to display the information. But there will be one big problem. The thing is, this thing will not be finished once this starts. So it will start to await the information, but because we are waiting and we don't wait anything for the init state, it will start building the application right away. Okay, but you can't build this application if you don't have the data. So how can you handle this information? For this, you will need to use a future builder. The future builder will just be a little widget that you can use, and it will wait for the data in order to display this. I will show you everything in the next video. See you in the next one. Bye. Okay, so how do you use the future builder? Again, just keep in mind that if the return in your terminal is like an error 400 something, it's because you have used the limit too many times, okay? So just keep this in mind. Anyway, so now we will use the future builder. I will cut the entire padding widget. Let's cut this and say future builder. And this widget is pretty cool, you will see. First, the future, we will say get data, like this. I think it was the name. Yeah. It will not work for now because we will need to convert this into a future. We can do it right now, future. But after this, inside the builder, what we'll do is we will say command space or control space, and this. This will have access to a snapshot. What is a snapshot? Is an async snapshot. First thing first, we will return what we had previously, which was the padding, okay? And now for the snapshot, let's put the type. If you want, it's up to you. If you don't like to put the type, you don't have to, but I like to do it, so that's good. After this, we can use the snapshot saying, is this loading? If it's loading, then display a loading widget. And if it's finished, if the data is finished to load, then give me the data, all right? So what we'll do is we'll say if, and there is a couple of people that don't like to put many returns, so I will try to just put one return. But yeah, so we will create a widget like this. Oops, widget. Okay, never mind. We will do this later. I don't want to confuse you right now. Okay, so I will say if the snapshot dot connection state is equal to connection state dot waiting. So if we are still waiting for the data, then I want to return the circular progress indicator. This widget is just a loading widget. So you will see it's loading on the screen. After this, we can say if the snapshot.connectionState has, oops, not connection state, but has data. We can say error maybe, or has data. It's pretty much the same thing. So if it has data, then we can display the data. We can say return the padding, this entire thing. And finally, what we can say is we can say else, if all of this doesn't work, then return a center widget, which will have inside the child a text widget saying error. Okay, you can modify this to make it look better, but for now it's just simple stuff. Okay, so now you will see that we have error, and the reason is the get data isn't returning anything for now. So if we go back inside, you will see that we still have the error, and this is because the get data is not returning nothing. So that's the problem. And another thing we need to fix later is, you see how many return we have? I know some people like to put only one return inside their function, and I don't think it's a bad way to handle things. So we will change this later in a future video. So first thing first, let's fix the get data in order to see something at least. For this, we will need to, instead of define an activity, we will return the activity. And the return activity, now we can just delete this first. And we can remove the print, and that should be good. So now, oops, what is this? Not now. So if we save, you see that now it's working and we don't have the error. So now Flutter understands that we have data. But how do we use this data? So what we'll do is we'll say snapshot dot data. Now we have access to the data, and we can say this is an activity. So let's say activity is equal to this. Great. So this should still work. If I reload, yeah, everything still work. And now we can use this information. So instead of displaying course, we will display activity.activity. Activity. And now let's save. And now you see that we have the activity. It's not really visible right now, but if we go closer, we can see listen to something, new music, blah, 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 blah. I will just make this a little bit more visible so you can see better. I will put another text under the widget saying exactly the same thing. Like this, I will put all the commas and save. Now you see, create a meal plan for the coming week. So it is working. And just the fact that we have built a future builder, that we request the information from the internet, and we display the information into the application by using a class, I think is just super cool. So that's about it for this one. Yeah, another thing I wanted to show you was how to remove the multiple returns, because some people don't like this. And we can do this in a couple of seconds. So what I will do is I will say widget. And the only thing we'll do is we will go through all the if condition, and at the end we'll say return the widget. Okay? And we will remove all returns and replace them for, so let me select return. I will select all of them, the three of them, and I will say widget is equal to this information. So now each of them will be defined. So if the snapshot connection is waiting, then it will define this as the widget. If the snapshot has data, then it will define the widget as this. And otherwise, it will define the widget as center and then display this. So now if we just reload, you see that everything is still working, but we only have one return statement, which some people prefer this, one return widget. So that's about it, and I see you in the next video. Bye. All right, so now we need to talk about one thing, and then I want to show you one other tips and tricks that you can use in order to code like 10 times faster. So the first thing is, if you still going through the tutorial, you will see that later this thing will tell you like, okay, you can display it with a future builder like we did, but they do it in a different way. They use the builder and they say, if there is data, then display the data. Else, if there is like an error, then display the error, and otherwise display the circular progress indicator. So there are many ways to code with Flutter, so this is another way to do it. If you prefer this one, you can take this one. It's up to you. After this, another thing I want to show you is how to use ChatGPT or any AI, it doesn't really matter, in order to generate all of this code without even like wasting time. So what we will do is we will first say we have this information. We will just go in ChatGPT right now and we'll say, okay, based on this information, I want a Flutter page code. I want a Flutter code to display this API. That's it. And maybe we will need to put some sort of information. We will need to put this. And let's scroll down to see what Flutter give us. Okay, that's good. But now we will need to change the URL. So the URL is this. Boom. Okay. So now you will be able to just copy paste really fast. So this already create the class. After this, we have a main. You will not need to copy this, but it will create a stateless widget for you, which you can just copy, and you will save incredible amount of time just by doing this. So let's wait for this to finish, and I will copy all the code inside this page. And I will show you how fast we can code with AI like this. So let's copy the code. Let's go inside the course page, and I will replace this, boom, and paste everything. Next, we'll need to modify a couple of things. First thing first, the URL launcher, we don't really need this. After this, and yeah, you have to keep in mind that with personal AI and stuff like this, you will need to tweak a couple of things. So it's not perfect yet, but it will save you a lot of time. So we can delete all of this, delete this also, remove this, and just keep the activity screen. So we will change the name of activity screen for course page. Course page. And that's good. And now the activity, we need to import quick fix and import the activity that we have inside the classes, okay, that we have created earlier. And next you will see some errors. So you can say quick fix and say, the error is just that we have some sort of a line before. So we will remove all those lines. I will select all of them. This one, and this one, and delete them. Now it's better. And another thing is saying constructor for public widget should have name key. So we can fix this by going over, quick fix, and add key constructor. Okay. So you will see that personal AI are not really like perfect yet, but if you have one that is better, then use this one. That's it. Next, this is all the page that is created for us. So we haven't coded that much. We can remove the launch URL. We don't need this. Sometimes they do a little bit too much, but it doesn't matter. We can remove the elevated button, and boom, this entire code is like generated by GPT, and I just think it's so cool. And right now we have an error, obviously, so I will restart the application. I will go inside Get Started, Next, and click on Register, and click on this. And now this is loading, and boom, display everything. Isn't it like absolutely crazy? You click on Fetch Data, and it will fetch another one. So you can really code your entire application by using a personal AI, and just if you are able to plug and play the things, then you are like a machine. You are unstoppable. Anyway, I will stop with that. I'm going to another topic. It's about like AI and stuff like this, but I just think it's crazy how the future is going. I will stop right there. That's it. See you in the next one, and bye. This course is coming to an end. So you have done all the hard work, and now it's time to fly by yourself, okay? So I want to talk about a couple of things just so you get to the right track for your own path, okay? And I want to show you like the mistake I've done so you don't have to do them. You just go out and start building apps. The first thing to talk about is about state management, okay? You might learn, heard a lot of people talk about this, like you need to use this, you need to use provider, you need to use riverpod. Let's be honest, we don't care, okay? We don't really care. Inside this course, I've talked about the value notifier, and if you release an MVP application or just a simple app, you can use this. If your job is requiring you to use the riverpod or provider, you can learn this. It's super simple, okay? But don't waste too much time. If it's too complex and you don't like this one, try another one, and at some point you will have one that you kind of like. Stay with it, and it just doesn't really matter, okay? Don't waste too much time like learning a lot of things for nothing. Just build apps, okay? Anyway, you will be able to do pretty much everything with the value notifier like we have talked about in this course, but if you want to use state management and you just want my opinion, I think riverpod is pretty simple. Riverpod is like the newest version of the provider, so why not use the newest version? And after this, another one which is pretty cool is called the block. I don't see it right there, but a block is pretty cool, but it's a little bit complex. So it's complex, and also you have a lot of boilerplate code. So if you don't want to go inside this route, just try with riverpod. It's pretty simple stuff. And otherwise, just keep the simple value notifier and everything should be fine. So that's it. I just wanted to talk about this. Don't waste too much time on state management. Start building apps. That's it. See you in the next one. Bye. The next thing is about how to create an application that have multiple language. If you want English, French, and other languages, then you need to use like internationalization Flutter apps. Pretty damn hard to say this word. But anyway, you need to use this, so you can find this information online and just follow the tutorial. We will not talk about it inside this course because this is like, I don't know, it's not really useful when you create your first application. So that's why. I just want to give you a little things that at least you will have in the back of your head, if you need them later inside your Flutter journey. So at least you will know that you just need to use this Flutter localization and just follow this simple tutorial, and you will be able to use English, Spanish, and other languages inside your app. How you do this? You just need to create some sort of dictionary of all the words in English and all the words in French, and then the application will define if it's currently in French or English and stuff like that. So if you need to have multiple language, you can redirect to this information. That's it. I see you in the next one. Bye. Now let's talk about Firebase, okay? If you don't know or you don't have any server in order to authenticate user or create a database or stuff like this, you can use Firebase. Firebase is pretty simple to connect with Flutter because both of them are built like by Google, so pretty simple stuff. We will not talk about this inside this course because this is a course in its own, okay? It's really a lot of things you can do with this. By example, you can authenticate your user if you want. You can create some sort of database, live database or machine learning, anything. You can create a lot of things with this. If you have your own server or you prefer your own server, keep your own server and use like HTTP requests and stuff like that. But Firebase is a good way to authenticate your user when you start. This is what I use. Very simple to do. If you want, I have some tutorial on YouTube and you can find them. So you will be able to use Firebase, authenticate user, and use a database. So that's about it. And yeah, that's about it with Firebase. If you need authenticate user and a database. That's it. See you in the next one. Bye. The next thing we want to talk about is this how to publish an application on the App Store or the Android Store, okay, the Play Store. For this, you will need to follow this little tutorial on flutter.dev. How to release application change quite often, so I cannot really do a video that will be because it will be outdated in like 3 months. It's crazy. So the only thing you have to do is go on this website, click on deployment, build and release on Android app, and build and release on iOS app. And this will tell you everything you have to do in order to publish your application. You will see this. This is a lot of pain in the ass. Just keep this in mind. It's pretty annoying to do, but once you know and once you follow the tutorial, everything should be fine. Great. So that's about it for how to publish your application. And in the next video, I want to show you a little bit how to create some sort of animation with your application. So we will talk about this in the next one. See you in the next video. Bye. Now I want to talk about animations. So if you want to learn more about animation, first thing first, you can always go on YouTube. I have a video about every single widget with Flutter. So you will find even all the animation available with Flutter, and you can pick the one you like. But I also want to show you one inside this video, just why not, right? Because it's pretty simple to use, and it can make a lot of difference inside your application to make it look a lot more cooler. So what we'll do is, first we'll go inside, we'll wrap the entire column. So I will cut this, and I will use the animated crossfade. So this animation will animate a transition between two widgets. And in order to change widget, we will need to have some sort of button to trigger this animation. So the first child is just what the application will display if the value is true. And if it's false, then it will display another widget. So the first widget we will paste is what we had previously, the column. And the second child, what we will do is I will just put a center widget, and inside a child, and inside I will say image.asset, and I will use the path of the image. We think it was asset/image slash I think it was background.jpg. And yeah. So the crossfade state, if you go over, you will see that you need to use a crossfade state widget. I will say crossfade state dot show first for now. Okay, we will modify this later. After this, the duration, if you go over, you need to use a duration widget. So you say duration, and the duration will be in millisecond, and it will be 300 milliseconds. It's a good number for animations usually. So if I save, you see that we still have the first widget, which is the column. But now we need to change this for the second widget, show second. Now you have seen the little animation. If I do it again and put the first and save, you see how you have some sort of animation, okay? This doesn't look that much great, but if you have two widgets that look alike, by example, if you have another center widget, which I will show you, I will delete this, the column, I will paste the center widget, and I will use the other image, which was icon.png, if I remember. And no, it was not that. So let's go inside asset, image, it was logo.png. Logo.png and save. Now you have this, and now let's change for show second and save. You see the little animation, the transition, this is what I mean. So we will change this for 500. And in order to use it, what you will need to do is, first thing first, I will put back the padding, the column. And I will change this for 1000, so it will be very slow. What you need to do is to create some sort of buttons that when you press on it, it changes. So you will go, for example, in the AppBar. In the AppBar, you should have an argument called actions, and actions is just right there, all the buttons right there. I will use an icon button, and this one will have a function empty for now, and an icon, which have icons dot, let's say switch access shortcut. It doesn't really matter for now. I just want to show you how to use the animation. So this will use I don't think we need to use a set state for the animation. Let's try it without first. We will say, we'll create a variable. So we will say right there or right there. Boolean is first is equal to true. And then we can change this value inside the icon button. We can say is first is equal to the invert of isFirst. And that's it. So now when we press on this, we should see the animation, and it doesn't work. So I will refresh the app, click get started, next, register, click on it, and let's try again. You see that this doesn't work. So I think, yeah, and the reason is we don't even use this information inside the crossfade state. We need to use this. We need to say if it's first, then crossfade state.showFirst. Otherwise, if it's not first, then we'll say crossfade state.showSecond. And now it should work. So every time you press the button, now it should translate and convert into the other one. So let me just hot reload and do it again. And now it doesn't work because we don't use the set state. So yes, we need to use the set state. I will say set state and put this information inside. And now let's save. I will just hot reload and try it again. And now you see that it is now working. We have some sort of animation. It's not the best animation you will see in the world, but at least you know how to use them. And if you want more animation, I have a video that explains every single animation on YouTube. So you can go there and look at it. So that's about it, and I see you in the next video. Bye. First thing first, I want to personally congratulate you because you have finished the course. Not a lot of people finish things, and you are one of them, which is one of the best quality you can have. I've heard once, lazy people don't start. After this, it was loser don't finish. And at least you know you are not a loser because you have finished. That's great. And third, legend never stops. And this has a big impact in my life, so hopefully it has with you also. But yeah, congratulations for finishing this course. Not a lot of people do this. After this, I want to show you a little bit what we have done inside this course, so you can look back and see, oh damn, that's the big picture. We have learned all of this, and now I'm able to like build application with Flutter by myself. Because with all this structure, with all this framework, you are able now to build application by yourself. You have all the tools available. Okay, let's talk about them. We have talked a little bit about the key concept, like a widget inside a widget, stuff like this. A widget is a capital letter, and our argument is a small letter, and stuff like this. We have talked about the basic layout, like all the basic widget, column, row, container, sized box, and stuff like this. Okay. After this, we went into master layout, more like the scaffold, the material app, and stuff like this. If you understand what I'm talking about right now, it's because you understand Flutter, okay? You have learned things that you didn't know before, and that's great. Next, the two-step formula to debug, to fix your bug. That was pretty simple. The stateful, stateless widget, if you want to refresh the screen or not. The user input, how the user can interact with the application, buttons, text field, and yeah, things like that, GestureDetector. Next, we have talked about basic routing, so how to navigate inside your application. So I think this should be right there instead, navigator, and this should be right there. Yeah, my mistake. So let's save. And after this, we have talked about clean UI. So how to create an application that look a little bit better. For example, you could use the widget ClipRRect, or you can use the, for example, CircleAvatar, stuff like this. Just widget that are not the layout, but make the application look good. And next, we went into package management. So how to use package in your application to create something better. For example, I think it was which package have we talked about? If we go inside the popspec.yum, we have talked about the Lottie package, how to add animations, visual animations, which is pretty cool. Shared preference, how to save data locally on your phone. This is super important to know, so we have talked about this. And how to add the Flutter launcher icon, HTTP. But there are so many dependencies or packages that you can use inside Flutter. We have just talked about like the most important ones. So let's go back inside our little thing. It's not inside this. It's inside the other internet. After this, we have talked about the responsive UI. So how to create an application that is responsive, either for an iPad or a Mac or anything. That's pretty cool. And for this, you use usually the LayoutBuilder and stuff like this. Next, we went into networking in the previous module. And networking was the HTTP request, how to get the data from an API. And with this, you can build any application. You have all the tools to build any application. You can get the data from the internet. You can get the data from a server. You can create an authentication with Firebase. We haven't talked about Firebase yet, but later inside this video, I will show you the step you need to take. If you want to go this route, it's up to you. But with the networking, you are able to do everything with the internet. And if you merge this with with package management, which we were using the shared preference, if you merge this with this, you can save the data into the phone also. So this is really powerful. And now, right now, we are inside this module. Are you ready to fly high? Which is just like the next step you can take in order to make your journey even like bigger. So that's about it. With this, you are now able to build your mobile app, which is really great. So if you want to go to the Firebase route, it's up to you. If you have another server that you prefer to authenticate user and have a database, use your own. Okay, I will not force you. I will not force you to do anything. Okay, so I've started with Firebase. I think it's pretty simple when you start, and I think it's cool. So what you will need to learn is how to set up Firebase, how to authenticate your user, how to create a database, and how to create a real-time database and data management. Okay, by example, how do you manage the fact that you receive the data from the internet, and how do you save this on the phone, and how, when you start the application, where do you get your information about? Do you get it from the internet first or in the phone? So many questions that we can answer maybe inside another course about Firebase. I'm not sure if I will do this course anytime soon or anytime in the life, because yeah, anyway, that's about it. So again, big congratulations for you. You have finished your course, and that's great. Thank you for watching. Thank you for taking this course. Thank you for taking the time to learn Flutter and to learn with this course. You could have learned with any course, and you choose this one. And my English is terrible. I won't lie, my English is terrible, and you have still take this course. Hopefully it's because it's simple to understand, and I just wanted to say thank you for that. Thank you for taking the time to learn everything and taking this course, and congratulations. See you on another video, maybe on YouTube, or see you somewhere else. You can always send me a message pretty much everywhere online, and I should be able to answer you. Thank you very much.